Chapter 421, Necropolis. Li Chia reminisced a bit as he stood on top of a high mountain while gazing at this monstrous obelisk that towered into the sky. He needed a key to enter the prime ominous grave. His gaze then shifted towards a different direction amidst the rolling mountain ranges beyond the grave. There was quite a scene right outside, one that had wondrous natural landforms. It was a vast area and was referred to by others as the City of Ghosts. One would find collapsed walls that spanned for millions of miles around this stretch of mountains and rivers. It was an ancient yet broken city with the words Necropolis engraved above its gate. Necropolis was famous in the nether border and even the entire sacred netherworld. However, many people like to call it the City of Ghosts instead. It was the largest city right outside the grave. Those who stood atop these walls and looked towards the far distance would find rivers and mountains everywhere, along with closely packed structures. Some pavilions and temples were built with clay to form a town, while other buildings towered above the mountain ranges. There were also inhabitants along the riverbanks and valleys. It was easy to see that this place was prospering with life. The city was completely lit up and the streets were filled with shouting vendors. However, if outsiders were to think of Necropolis as a peaceful city where all races congregated, then they would be completely mistaken. All of these inhabitants that resembled cultivators were not alive, they were ghosts. Talking about ghosts in the sacred netherworld was absurd because it was a world filled with ghost tribes since this was their homeland. External races would view the ghost tribes as ghosts. However, the truth was that the ghost tribes were not actually ghosts, they were existences with flesh and blood just like the human race. They were just a different ethnicity. However, Necropolis inhabitants did not have flesh or blood. They were things without life, simple sentiments. If there were actually ghosts in this world, then the inhabitants of this city would be them. Necropolis was more of a country rather than just a city. The geography right outside the grave was extremely abundant with countless ghosts as its citizens. No one knew when Necropolis was established, but it had existed for a very long time. The ghosts here looked just like those outside. They took on the form of humans, demons, ghost tribes, cultivators, and citizens. They even had their own Dao lineages. The residents here seemed no different from those outside, but they just had no trace of life. They were only never dissipating sentiments. They did not know that they were dead and went on living in a similar fashion to those outside. Necropolis was always vibrant with excitement regardless of whether it was day or night, as if it was just a mortal city. It was nothing like a city of the dead. However, one would be frightened to death if they knew that all of the street vendors, the young children that were learning how to speak, and the cultivators passing on their Dao system were all people who had died and turned into sentiments. No one knew why there were so many sentiments that lived at this location, and no one knew why it was so difficult for them to move on. In short, Necropolis was a mysterious land of the dead. Some people who were on the verge of death would choose to die at Necropolis because this was a different way of life. Of course, these sentiments that continued to live at Necropolis had nothing to do with real people, since they would lose their memories of their past life. A dead person in Necropolis would turn into a trail of sentiment that continued to live in the city, but this sentiment no longer resembled their original self. It didn't have the memories nor any marks. It was a completely different being. People, or rather ghosts, that lived in the city never left. They would stay here until the day they disappear. Everyone knew that the inhabitants that lived in this city were not ghosts but merely sentiments. Despite this, many cultivators still came here in order to live on after they died. Of course, there were also different reasons why other cultivators chose to come. There were numerous treasures here, such as divine weapons, rare king medicines, and ancient scroll manuals. Second, it hid something craved by all, the key to open the prime ominous grave. Third, it also had a treasure mountain that could allow others to obtain immortality. Because of these reasons, many came to Necropolis. However, whether it was the treasures inside Necropolis or the prime ominous grave, very few managed to see them. As for the legendary treasure mountain, even fewer had seen it. Many young people came to risk their lives for these treasures, but people haven't heard of many successful cases. Some did find some treasures, but they were very far from mythical weapons. Of course, the key to the prime ominous grave was found. Because of this, the grave was opened several times, leaving behind the tales of immortal Emperor Du that people never seemed to get tired of. It was unknown whether the emperor was the one who found the key, or if it was someone else who successfully went into the grave. Nevertheless, immortal Emperor Du was the one who obtained the creation. It didn't matter whether he went in with someone else or not. Only one thing was confirmed by future generations, that there were several generations when the key was found to open the grave. Thus began the hunt for the key at Necropolis. Li Qie gently sighed while looking at the city in the distance. It indeed contained the key, but obtaining the key was not easy. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people leaving empty-handed for millions of years. At this moment, Li Qie was facing a problem. If the lost mythical island didn't enter the grave, then there was no reason for him to find the key. After thinking about it for a bit, he left this place. He needed to gather information to confirm the island's whereabouts before finding the key. Around 10,000 miles away from Necropolis was another citadel, an ancient city named Crossing City. Now this was a place where the other races gathered. But of course, this was the eastern nether border, so there were more ghost tribes here. It was not strange at all. Outside of the southern distant cloud, all the other locations were territories that belonged to the ghost tribes because they were the primary inhabitants of this world. Since Li Qie was human, he maintained a very low profile after entering Crossing City since he only wanted to hear about the news from the prime ominous grave. The majority of the cultivators here were members of the ghost race. Keep in mind that the ghost race contained many different branches. Some of them carried a deep nether aura, but not all of them. Some branches were very bright, such as the Sun Ghost Tribe. Its members exuded a sun's ray like the sun itself, so, from their external appearance, it would be difficult to classify them as part of the ghost race. The only unifying characteristic of all of these different ghost tribes was that their blood was of a purple color. In the past several days, Li Qie inquired about the prime ominous grave with no success. It was because the grave would not change unless it was opened. It would remain the same in an unchanging manner. Li Qie was quite disappointed with his lack of information. Could it be that the lost mythical island was not inside the prime ominous grave? Li Qie thought of a different possibility. However, if the island was not inside the grave, then that would not be good news. Right when he was about to give up due to disappointment, one day, he went inside a diner to listen to conversations and was just in time for a particular message. Chapter 422, Snow Shadow Tribe. Li Qie was in a diner inside Crossing City. Next to him was a table with more than 10 people. There were men and women both young and old. This time, maybe we will find the legendary mountain at Necropolis. Then, our Snow Shadow Ghost Tribe will rise. A young man excitedly laughed and declared. There was a shared characteristic amongst this group, and that was that all of their hair was as white as snow. The strangest thing was that when sunlight shone on their bodies, even their shadows would come out as white. A white shadow would creep anyone out, but in the sacred nether world where ghost tribes congregated, this was not strange at all. It was apparent that this table consisted of members of the same tribe, a tribe named the Snow Shadow Tribe. Just like their name, their shadows were white. It was a minor tribe in Crossing City, one with very meager power. Legends state that they were once powerful, but as for how powerful they actually were, the current tribe did not know since it was too long ago. The youths in the group were very excited when they talked about Necropolis. They all wanted to give it a try. Another young man said, Necropolis is a treasure ground that immortal emperors regularly visited. We are going to make a fortune this time. However, an elder at the same table poured cold water over their excitement. He was quite old, but his eyes were as clear as the stars in the sky. He shook his head to say, "Don't get your hopes up. We will just go and take a look, so don't dream about too many treasures. Hundreds of thousands of people visit Necropolis every year, but they don't even find regular treasures, let alone mythical ones. We are only going in order to broaden your horizons. Elder Ji, don't ruin our excitement like this." The speaker was a muscular young man who optimistically smiled and said, Elder Ji, maybe I, Peng Zhuang, will find the legendary mountain. I will change and become an immortal emperor, then this will become my generation. Someone who looks like a ruffian like you wants to become an immortal emperor? Elder Ji did not shy from bringing down the youth's optimism and continued, don't dream about the treasure mountain. This is a legend that no one has seen before, let alone a little brat like you. The youth named Peng Zhuang only smiled in response. Despite the elder's words, it did not diminish his excitement. He and another youth continued to enthusiastically speak about the prime ominous grave. At first, Li Chia didn't pay them any attention. Every day, people all over the sacred nether world traveled to Necropolis with the same dream as Peng Zhuang. They all wanted to find the legendary treasure mountain inside the city. But now, the youths were talking about the things that happened a few days ago at Necropolis. This was the moment when the sacred netherworld was plunged into darkness. I heard that a fiend had come into being. The youth's conversation became increasingly ludicrous as they started to talk about all kinds of things. It wasn't a fiend, I heard that the heavens will had died. Ever since the Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens will, it was on the verge of death. Yesterday, when the sky became dark, it was because the heavens died. Pfft, what are you talking about? Where is this heaven? I feel that the arrival of a fiend is more accurate. The group of them debated. All of you are wrong. The muscular young man named Peng Zhuang mysteriously said, in my opinion, an invincible existence came out from the prime ominous grave. During the darkness, I saw a monstrous hand stretch out from the grave. Oh, big talk, Peng, you are lying again. A youth at the same table laughed and shook his head. What monstrous hand? We were standing at the same spot that day, none of us saw a monstrous hand. Moreover, the grave had not been opened for tens of thousands of years, so how could there be a hand? It is true. Peng Zhuang busily replied, amidst that darkness, I saw a huge hand reaching out from the grave. Li Chia's expression changed, this was exactly the news he was looking for. If Peng Zhuang spoke the truth, then Li Chia's conjecture was not wrong. Peng Zhuang, don't speak nonsense. Suddenly, a clear yet slightly imposing voice came out. It was a woman who sat at the same table, she was around the age of 30. Her mature charm was like a ripe peach that was ready to be picked at any moment. The 30-year-old woman carried a plump and mature flavor, her white hair gave her an even more dignified aura. Her smoking hot figure was accented by her soft and tall bosom, and her slender waist could easily be held within a single hand. She was quite charming despite not reaching the kingdom-toppling level. During her moments where her dignity showed, she exuded the aura of a noble. This mature woman brightened the eyes of others with a seductive and ripe aura, causing the hearts of others to beat faster. Peng Zhuang immediately shut up after the woman spoke as he cheekily said, Chief, I was just kidding. The woman didn't say anything else, but she had a noble yet intimidating aura. The youths quickly changed the topic and talked about something else. Li Chia, who was eavesdropping to the side, knew that he had found the right people. Now, all that he needed to do was to find out whether Peng Zhuang told the truth or not. Li Chia stood up and clasped his hands together while smiling to greet the table. Salutation, fellow Taoists. As the proverb says, no one would hit a smiling face. Li Chia was quite polite, so the Snow Shadow tribe also greeted him back. It was not a big tribe, so they were not arrogant at all. Li Chia said with a smile, this junior is Li Chia from the southern distant cloud. I came to the eastern nether border to broaden my horizons with a vacation. The mythical necropolis is filled with mysteries, so when I heard fellow Taoists talk about it, I just want to ask a few questions about how to get there. Li Chia was both polite and courteous like a well-behaved and proper young man. You're just in time, we are also going to Necropolis. Peng Zhuang was a frank and simple person, so he quickly said, how about we go together? Another companion will make it livelier. Peng Zhuang, the tribal chief, warned with a serious tone. However, Li Chia quickly took charge before the chief could react. He clasped his hands towards her, this junior will shamelessly ask to go with your group. I just came to the nether border and do not know my way around. I gratefully hope for your patronage in the future. This human with an unknown origin that suddenly wanted to join her team caused her to become overly sensitive. This junior's name is Li Chia. What are Daoist brothers' names? Li Chia was very friendly and enthusiastically asked. Peng Zhuang was a straightforward person, so after seeing Li Chia's polite friendliness, he quickly called him brother right afterward as if they had known each other for a long time. The other youths were also not cautious of Li Chia. In the end, they were only a small tribe, so making more friends was not a bad thing. Elder Ji didn't state his opinion. Only the chief alone was cautious, but she didn't reveal any dissatisfaction towards Li Chia. After getting familiar with the young ones, Li Chia learned the names of the older crowd. The chief's name was Churong Wanchua. Although it was only a minor one, it was still a tribe after all. Churong Wanchua proved her formidable strength by being the chief at the age of 30. She was either the number 1 or number 2 expert in her tribe. Despite being a relatively young female chief, the disciples in her tribe adored her. She also gained the acceptance from the previous generation since they believed that she would reach peak Heavenly King in the future. In just a short moment, Li Chia became quite close to Peng Zhuang's group. After the meal, the group marched towards Necropolis while Li Chia tagged along with them with his thick skin. The youths enjoyed Li Chia's company, but Churong Wanchua remained vigilant. Nevertheless, she didn't chase him away and agreed to him tagging along. Once they were outside of Necropolis, the youths became quite excited. Peng Zhuang hysterically shouted, "Haha, Peng Zhuang is here. The treasure mountain is mine." Li Chia laughed and pointed at the towering prime ominous grave in the distance. People say that there are even more treasures in the prime ominous grave. There is even a method for immortality. Peng Zhuang relentlessly claimed, wait until I find the key. Then, we'll definitely go there. I'm afraid it will be very hard. Li Chia shook his head to say, I heard that no one had opened it for a very long time now. For tens of thousands of years, there had been no changes to the grave. Who said so? Peng Zhuang remained unconvinced and continued, I clearly saw a change when darkness covered the sky. Right at that instant, I saw the biggest hand I've ever seen coming out of the grave. Liar Peng Zhuang. One of the other companions shook his head and said with laughter, we were all together, so how come we didn't see it? Chapter 423, Companion. After hearing his companion, Peng Zhuang quickly retorted and swore, I really saw it. It's true, why would I lie to you guys? There really was a giant hand stretching out from the prime ominous grave. Really? Li Chia was secretly happy, he came just for this news. He put on a curious expression and asked, what did that giant hand look like? Was it scary? Was it a ghost's hand or something else? It wasn't a ghost's hand. Peng Zhuang shook his head and elaborated, I felt that the hand was very weird. After the darkness disappeared, I also saw it going back into the grave. A hand suddenly stretching outward. Li Chia was like an inquisitive little kid listening to a tale, maybe it was trying to grab something. Did you see what it caught? Peng Zhuang thought about it for a moment and replied, now that you mention it, I can faintly recall that it was holding something. Peng Zhuang, stop your driveling. Churong Wanchua said in a serious manner, prepare a few things, we'll arrive at Necropolis in just a moment. Peng Zhuang wryly smiled while checking over his own items. Li Chia secretly sighed. It seemed that Churong Wanchua was still very cautious of him. Li Chia then suddenly felt a glare settle on him. He looked up and saw a pair of sparkling eyes. Li Chia smiled and clasped his hands together towards Churong Wanchua. This is this junior's first time to Necropolis, so I hope Chief will teach me a thing or two. Churong Wanchua looked at him and then lightly replied, just be careful and don't cause any trouble. This was a phrase with multiple meanings. It was as if she wanted to both gauge and warn him. Li Chia pretended to only understand the literal meaning, so he courteously gestured, then I give my thanks, Chief. At this moment, Li Qie was 80 or 90% certain that the lost island had something to do with the grave. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak with Peng Zhuang in private at this time. He was no longer in a rush with this new revelation. What he needed to do now was to find the key to open the prime ominous grave. After Qirong Wanxue and the 6 young disciples were prepared, Elder Ji said, "Chief, we will stay here to support you guys. If anything happens, just fire off the signal and we will go to pick you up." Qirong Wanxue nodded in agreement and said in a serious tone, "Very well, Elder Ji, please be careful as well." To many people, Necropolis was a land filled with temptations, but only young people were able to enter. Of course, middle-aged and elderly cultivators could go in as well, as long as they had no fear of death. There was a dark and inscrutable energy in Necropolis. The blood energy of young people was vigorous like a rising sun, so they were capable of dispelling this dark energy at Necropolis. A huge bustling town should have an abundance of blood energy like the ocean, surging and inexhaustible, capable of gestating even the heaven and earth. However, their eyes only saw a necropolis filled with a dark energy. In addition to this, the pedestrians did not have any blood energy at all. Some of the merchants on the sidewalks were only illusions. How could first-timers not be alarmed at seeing such a huge city without blood energy? This was a city of the dead. How can they look so similar to real people? A disciple exclaimed in astonishment. The inhabitants here looked exactly like real people, outside of not having any blood energy. Both the strong and the weak can be found in Necropolis. Strong sentiments are no different than ordinary cultivators, outside of not having any blood energy. On the other hand, weak sentiments would immediately be seen through by heavenly gazes, like those illusions. Peng Zhuang pointed at an approaching group of young men in the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there, those ghosts have blood energy." Qirong Wanxue responded in a serious tone, "Don't be rude, they are just like you, cultivators from the outside." Peng Zhuang embarrassingly smiled and withdrew his finger. He didn't dare to act wantonly. In fact, many young cultivators came to Necropolis every day. Some came for fun, some came for the legendary treasures, and some came for the key to the prime ominous grave. The chief brought the group across a street as a street vendor called out, "Selling stone talismans here, a talisman from an ancient tribe, come and buy, quick." Peng Zhuang liked a particular stone talisman and walked forward to ask, "How much for this stone talisman?" The merchant saw a customer so he enthusiastically smiled, "Cheap, it's very cheap, only 6 fish." A young disciple heard the price and curiously asked, "6 fish? What are these 6 fish?" Qirong Wanxue shook her head and explained to them that a fish he's referring to are young night fish. The currency in Necropolis is not refined jade, but young night fish. After hearing this, Peng Zhuang dejectedly gave up since he didn't have any young night fish. After hearing his companion, Peng Zhuang quickly retorted and swore, "I really saw it. It is true, why would I lie to you guys? There really was a giant hand stretching out from the prime ominous grave." "Really?" Li Qie was secretly happy. He came just for this news. He put on a curious expression and asked, "What did that giant hand look like? Was it scary? Was it a ghost's hand or something else?" "It wasn't a ghost's hand." Peng Zhuang shook his head and elaborated, "I felt that the hand was very weird. After the darkness disappeared, I also saw it going back into the grave." Chapter 424, City of Ghosts. Another disciple asked, "Chief, where are we going now?" Qirong Wanxue answered, "We are going to Night Sea. That is the only place where we can catch young night fish. We are only passing by this place." We have to hurry." Peng Zhuang was excited to hear this and wished that he could fly there instantly. This was not Qirong Wanxue's first time to Necropolis, so she was not in a rush to get to Night Sea. She purposely took her time so that the group of Peng Zhuang could see more things and broaden their horizons. On a particular street, they found a young man showcasing some merchandise with refined jade as the currency. Peng Zhuang came and asked, "Doesn't your necropolis use young night fish to trade? Why are you using refined jades?" What are you selling? Let me see. Having said that, he excitedly looked at the items displayed on the stand. His overly excessive enthusiasm was met by the young man's angry glare and an evicting shout. I am not a ghost, I am a human. Wait, no, I am a member of the ghost race. His strong response startled Peng Zhuang. He quickly opened his heavenly gaze and found that the person was truly not a ghost. Peng Zhuang awkwardly apologized immediately. My bad, I thought that you were a ghost. Wait, no, a sentiment. Having said that, he sped off right away. Li Qia, who had been keeping silent within the group, smirked because Peng Zhuang's group really knew too little about Necropolis. However, this was not their fault. The Snow Shadow tribe was only a minor one. Ordinary disciples within the tribe never got the chance to go to Necropolis, so their lack of knowledge was understandable. Chirong Wanshue reminded them, there are many outsiders who come here to trade. There are not only ghosts here, but also many young cultivators. Make sure to use your heavenly gaze when looking at people from now on. For the second theory, it was said that after he obtained a great fortune, he was able to return to life and finally escaped Night Sea and Necropolis to become an invincible emperor. But of course, regardless of whether he came from the underworld river or Night Sea, they were just unproven rumors. In addition, even immortal Emperor Ming Du's lineage, the Nether Crossing Swamp, denied these claims. Future generations later on believed that immortal Emperor Ming Du came from the ghost race. This was widely acknowledged by people from the same generation as him. Chirong Wanshue led the group of Li Qia to find ferries, but they were always late and had their ferry taken by others. Chirong Wanshue pondered for a moment before looking at Li Qia to say, fellow Taoist Li, please watch over them, I will go and find a ferry. Compared to an energetic youth like Peng Zhuang, the well-behaved Li Qia was more trustworthy, so Chirong Wanshue temporarily left him in charge. Don't worry, we will wait here until you return. Li Qia answered with a smile. This was his chance since he wanted to ask Peng Zhuang some more things regarding the prime ominous grave. Chirong Wanshue looked at Li Qia then cautioned the group of Peng Zhuang before quickly leaving to find a ferry. After she left, Li Qia immediately asked Peng Zhuang, Brother Peng, what do you think the gigantic hand that night was? Another disciple said with a smile, Brother Li seems to be really interested in this matter. They had no ill feelings towards Li Qia, and to the contrary, quite liked him. Li Qia calmly smiled and replied, that day, when the night suddenly came, it really frightened me to death, so I am very interested in hearing about the gigantic hand from Brother Peng. The 5 disciples became excited and quickly discussed, I nearly lost my mind too. I heard right after that the chief and the elders all went to the ancestral ground since they thought it was a huge deal. Right when the sky turned dark, I really did see a gigantic hand. Although it was fleeting, I am sure that it wasn't due to my blurred vision or anything. In fact, very few believed Peng Zhuang since he was the only one who saw it. At that time, he was coincidentally looking towards the prime ominous grave. Li Qia asked with great interest, what kind of gigantic hand was it? Peng Zhuang thought about it carefully before answering, How should I put this? It was a really huge hand. It seemed as if it was its own separate heaven and earth. It was like the stars in the sky or another world entirely. It had stars, a moon, and a sun. It was as if this gigantic hand replaced our own sky. Chapter 429, explaining. Li Qia calmly sat at the bow of the boat and smiled at Chirong Wanshue, who sat down beside him. In terms of beauty and allure, Chirong Wanshue was far from Chen Baojiao's level. However, Chen Baojiao didn't have the mature charm or the dignified elegance of Chirong Wanshue. Chen Baojiao was a calamitous and kingdom-toppling beauty, a supreme enchantress that took away the souls of others with a single glance. Chirong Wanshue was also movingly beautiful, especially her mature charm no different from a ripe peach that causes hearts to beat faster. People will love her more and more the more they're exposed to her. Does Chief Chirong have something to say? Li Qia looked at her amorous features and calmly asked. Chirong Wanshue's heart was filled with emotions as she looked at this man who, despite being so much younger than her, seemed so mystical. Li Chia was very ordinary when it came to his face and aura. However, as one interacted with him more, they would find him to be full of mysteries. He would make others feel like they were being sucked in as if he was an inescapable black hole. What is young noble Li's goal for coming to Necropolis this time? Chirong Wanshue pondered for a moment before asking the question that had been haunting her. Chirong Wanshue hoped to have a real talk with Li Chia if they were to continue to stay together at Necropolis since they knew nothing about him. Li Chia didn't answer her question but asked one instead. What is Chief Chirong's goal at Necropolis? She stared at him while he met her gaze, right into her clear and bright eyes. They gazed at each other for a bit, and Chirong Wanshue was the first to turn away. She then took a deep breath and thought for a bit before resolutely saying, if we are on the same side, then we need to work together. If you wish to know, then I'll tell you. This time, I came to Necropolis to find something that my tribe had lost. Since she wanted a sincere conversation with Li Chia, she revealed the truth after contemplating for a bit. So that is the case. Li Chia smiled and replied. He understood her concerns, so he went on to say, I don't mind telling you, I came this time in order to find a certain something. What are you searching for? Chirong Wanshue inquired further. Li Chia didn't answer. He stared at her amorous snow-white face and asked, Chief Chirong, what item did your tribe lose? Chirong Wanshue became silent. This matter was of grave importance to the tribe, so she couldn't carelessly tell an outsider. Li Chia smirked at the sight of her careful contemplation. He then asked, we won't talk about this issue anymore, we can talk about the sudden eclipse instead. On that day, did you see anything strange? Li Chia found out a lot of things from Peng Zhuang, but he was now asking Chirong Wanshue to confirm it. The reason was very simple. Whenever Peng Zhuang talked about the gigantic hand from the prime ominous grave, Chirong Wanshue would yell at him to stop. This made Li Chia believe that she knew a thing or two about it. Chirong Wanshue turned around to look at the young group of 6. They were sitting at the other end with their backs turned towards Li Chia and didn't seem to be paying attention to them. So young noble Li came because of this matter? Chirong Wanshue had speculated this possibility early on since Li Chia had shown interest in this matter from the very start. Li Chia did not hide anything and smiled. You can put it that way. I trust that you know a thing or two, so can you tell me? Chirong Wanshue pondered for a bit while looking at Li Chia, who was calmly waiting for an answer. She then took a deep breath and nodded her head in agreement. Right afterward, she recalled the monstrous hand that Peng Zhuang talked about. It was indeed there. On the day of the eclipse, I was absorbing worldly energy while looking towards the prime ominous grave. She paused here for a moment. And then? Li Chia was not too anxious since he was quite sure about what had happened. Chirong Wanshue took a calming breath and eventually continued on. Right when the sky was no longer dark, I saw the prime ominous grave open. Peng Zhuang was not certain of this matter, for he was completely horrified after seeing the gigantic hand, but Chirong Wanshue was staring at the grave the entire time. When the eclipse was over, Chirong Wanshue was astonished at the grave's opening since it seemed impossible. The grave had not been opened for a long time, and she had heard that a key was required. Her ancestor had not heard of anyone obtaining this particular key. This was the reason why she found the whole thing quite strange. This whole thing contained secrets unbeknownst to her. Each time Peng Zhuang brought it up, she quickly silenced it since she didn't want to bring about any trouble to the Snow Shadow tribe. After listening to her recollection, Li Chia smiled and said, so that was the case. Now, he was completely certain of the events that transpired. This meant that he absolutely had to obtain the key to enter the grave. Chirong Wanshue glanced in his direction and asked, since I have revealed the things young noble wanted to know, can you tell me one thing? Please go ahead. Li Chia calmly said, I'll happily reveal what I know to Chief Chirong. She then asked, how did you know the locations of where the young night fish would appear? Their harvest was too shocking. There was once a descendant from an emperor's lineage who brought along a supreme treasure to Night Sea, but this person's harvest throughout an entire year was not comparable to the amount Li Chia obtained in just a month. This matter had been hanging on Chirong Wanshue's mind. Li Qie smiled and said, "So Chief Chirong didn't believe me. I spoke the truth. My intuition had been very sensitive since a young age, especially when I stay in the same place for a long time. It is a natural gift from birth." Chirong Wanshua angrily glared at him since she had been tricked. She didn't believe his nonsense at all. If these fish in Night Sea could be caught by intuition, then they would have become extinct already. Li Qie only smirked in response to Chirong Wanshue's red and beautiful angry glare. He couldn't tell this secret to someone else. He spent countless efforts at Necropolis. In the past millions of years, at least half of the amount of times the grave had been opened contained traces of the Dar. Chirong Wanshue commanded the group. She also took out a drop of her own. The group of Peng Zhuang followed suit. Cultivators greatly valued their longevity blood, but Peng Zhuang's group was very young, so they could accumulate even more in the future, unlike older cultivators. At a certain age, they would find that their blood energy would weaken and their longevity blood would dry up. One must pay the handler to go out to Night Sea with a ferry. The payment was in neither refined jades nor young nightfish, but was longevity blood instead. After everyone gave a drop to the handler, he opened his mouth and swallowed them. The group of youths shivered at the sight. They then understood why the handlers seemed different from the ghosts back at Necropolis, the ones without any blood energy. So it turned out that these handlers drank the longevity blood of cultivators. No wonder they had a faint blood energy on their bodies. After accepting the blood, the handler allowed for the group of Chirong Wanshue to get on the boat. The moment the group boarded, a different group that consisted of both men and women came from afar. They arrived at the beach in just the blink of an eye. Their blood energy was quite vast, so it was apparent that they were all experts. The one leading them was a young man that wore a draconic robe as his body exuded a faint moonlight, causing him to seem dazzlingly handsome. Moreover, his vitality was quite majestic. He was surely a great master. The young man appeared to be quite happy to see Chirong Wanshue. "Miss Chirong, long time no see." He then clasped his hands together and smiled. "Is Miss Chirong also going out to sea?" "What a coincidence, so are we. How about we share a boat?" Chirong Wanshue looked at him and shook her head. "Prince of Een Moon, our small boat can only take 7 or 8 people. Prince should find a bigger boat instead." However, the Een Moon Prince did not give up. He looked at Li Qie and said with a smile, "Fellow human friend, I am in a rush to go out to sea to catch some nightfish. How about you let me have your spot? I will pay you." Li Qie looked at the Een Moon Prince, then Chirong Wanshue, and while as nonchalant and relaxed as ever, he shook his head in denial. "Sorry, I am also in a rush to go out to sea." The answer annoyed the prince, but he didn't immediately show his anger. "Goodbye, Prince of Een Moon, we will go before you." Chirong Wanshue didn't want to linger any longer and told the handler to start rowing. The Een Moon Prince was not happy, but he had to clasp his hands together to say goodbye. The handler seated at the back gently rowed as the boat slowly shook back and forth into Night Sea. Li Qie, who was sitting next to Peng Zhuang, then glanced at Chirong Wanshue, who was seated at the bow, and asked, "Who was that group earlier?" "He is the prince of the Een Moon tribe. This tribe is considered a second-rate sect in the nether border, quite formidable." Peng Zhuang took a glimpse at the chief seated at the front and whispered, "The Een Moon Prince fancies our chief and has always been trying to court her." Chapter 426, Night Sea. Before Peng Zhuang could finish, Chirong Wanshue turned around, so he quickly shut his mouth in fear. Li Qie smiled and met her gaze. This deadlock went on for a while, but Chirong Wanshue didn't say anything. The boat slowly entered Night Sea. Chirong Wanshue had come here before, so she was fine, but the youths were quite creeped out. Although there was nothing particularly scary about Night Sea besides its dark water, those on the boats going out to sea had the feeling as if they were descending into an unknown abyss. The jet-black water seemed to be able to swallow all things, causing people's hair to stand on end. It was true that Night Sea was a very dangerous place. Even heavenly kings and virtuous paragons would die a miserable death without a ferry in this sea. This sea was like a ferocious beast that could swallow all people, even their bones would not be spared. A virtuous paragon capable of obtaining the god title would still not be able to escape this fate if they forcefully tried to enter Night Sea. There was a rumor stating that only immortal emperors could force their way into Night Sea, but there was no way to verify it. Peng Zhuang was quite alarmed as he sat on the boat above Night Sea. If Qirong Wanshue didn't say anything, the young ones wouldn't dare to step outside the boat at all. After all, if they fell, death would be the only outcome. Li Qie looked at this sea that was seemingly like a world of darkness and murmured, "Night Sea." Li Qie knew that this sea hid many secrets just like Necropolis. In fact, there was one in particular that was unknown to all others, a very important one. After they went further into Night Sea, the handler gave each person a net. This fishing net was very special. It was made from an unknown material and seemed like it was woven from light. There was no weight to it when held in one's hand. This was a fishing net designed to catch young nightfish and was given to people by the handlers. However, the strange part was that the handlers themselves never caught these fish, and no one knew the reason why. The group casted their nets for 2 days, but no one managed to catch any young nightfish. Qirong Wanshue continuously changed the boat's direction and location to no avail. After 3 days without any results, Peng Zhuang became a bit dejected, not a single young nightfish. Don't tell me all the fish in this sea have been caught already? The impatient fella had this urge to jump down into the sea himself. Compared to the 6 youths, Qirong Wanshue was much calmer. She shook her head and said, "Catching young nightfish isn't easy. It is the common currency in Necropolis, so if you can catch them any time you want, then you will be able to get many things in the city. A lot of people fish for several months before getting any harvest. If you lose your patience now, then you won't get anything at Necropolis." She wished to train them so she was not in a rush at all despite not catching any fish. After 3 days passed, not a single fish was caught, but Li Qie's group was not the only group suffering this lamentable fate. They met many groups recently. They were all young men from all over the world, riding these ferries in order to catch young nightfish. Qirong Wanshue coincidentally encountered several familiar ghost sects and ghost members and said hello. From their conversations, they found out that several people who came here for a month only managed to catch 3 to 5 fish at best. After hearing about the lackluster results from others, Peng Zhuang's group of 6 felt a lot better. Since others took a month to catch around 5 fish, it was not surprising for them to not catch any in just a few days. On the 8th day, Li Qie's group met a particularly powerful sect. They rented an extremely big ferry that carried many young men who had surging blood energies. The divine flames on their bodies made them even more unapproachable. These youths seemed to be the children of a divine race and they each had an oppressive aura. The person who sat at the bow was the most amazing. The flames that danced on his body turned into divine rings right behind him. The rings made him seem as if he was protected by gods. Qirong Wanshue emotionally spoke after seeing this huge boat. "Even the divine spark country is here." The divine spark prince came in person as well. She then told the handler to row the boat around them. Walking the long way was not Li Qie's style, so he asked with a smile, "Why are we avoiding them?" Peng Zhuang looked at him curiously and asked, "Brother Li came from the Thousand Carp River, but you don't know about the divine spark country?" "What about the divine spark country?" Li Qie smiled and asked without a care. Peng Zhuang tapped his forehead and replied, "Brother Li, your information is too outdated. The divine spark country is one of the most powerful lineages in your southern distant cloud. Although they are not an emperor's lineage, they are still a first-rate great power and only a bit weaker than an emperor's lineage." Another disciple added, "Yep, I heard that they are a divine race. They call themselves descendants of a true god." Li Qie was not surprised at all as he smirked, "Is that so?" He paid no mind to even emperor's lineages, so a great power like the divine spark country naturally couldn't enter his sight. Not only that. The only female disciple spoke, I heard that the divine Spark Princess is a famous and beautiful goddess of your southern distant cloud. She is getting married to Sir Dizwa. A lineage with 3 emperors, right? The 6 felt their minds sway. They felt that Li Qie was too slow. Peng Zhuang shouted, "Brother, this is one sect, 3 emperors. Do you know how powerful Sir Dizwa is? People say that even heavenly sovereigns from the previous generations have to treat him with reverence." "I see." Li Qie dully replied. It was not him looking down on others. 1 sect, 3 emperors was a very normal thing in his opinion. The female disciple spoke. "The divine Spark Princess, the divine Spark Phoenix Maiden is Sir Dizwa's fiancée. I heard that after the news of the engagement, the fame of the divine Spark country rose like a ship meeting the waves. The person who sat at the bow earlier was the divine Spark Prince, the little brother of the Phoenix Maiden." Chirong Wanshue asserted from the front, "The divine Spark country is a major power, so it is better for people like us to avoid them." It was reasonable for Chirong Wanshue to show caution due to the nature of her small tribe that was completely incomparable to a great power like the divine Spark country. The country could lift a finger and easily destroy their tribe, so she naturally would avoid such a monstrous existence. "I get it now." Li Qie revealed an enlightened appearance and nodded his head with a smile. Chirong Wanshue warned them, "If the southern distant clouds people are here as well, then Necropolis will become very lively in the upcoming times. We have to be extra careful and not cause trouble." As the chief of a small tribe living between great powers, she and her Snow Shadow tribe had to be very careful. Li Qie's group had been out on night sea for 10 days and finally got some results. Li Qie and Chirong Wanshue's nets were empty, so the last disciple who was reining in his net initially didn't have too much hope, but a bright light emanated inside his retrieved net. Everyone came to take a look and found that inside this net was a little fish the size of a thumb, emitting some sunlight. It seemed to be carved from fire jade as a flame burned strongly on its body. "Young night fish." Chirong Wanshue smiled after seeing this little fish. It was a beautiful smile that resembled a blooming peony flower. "Young night fish." The disciple who caught it was extremely excited, especially since he was the first to catch one. "We finally got something." The 6 young ones jumped up and down happily. Catching a fish motivated the young ones, so they assumed that a great harvest was sure to follow. However, they didn't catch any other fish for the next 2 days. Chirong Wanshue remained calm while the 6 became more impatient. Before Peng Zhuang could finish, Chirong Wanshue turned around, so he quickly shut his mouth in fear. Li Qie smiled and met her gaze. This deadlock went on for a while, but Chirong Wanshue didn't say anything. The boat slowly entered Night Sea. Chirong Wanshue had come here before, so she was fine, but the youths were quite creeped out. Although there was nothing particularly scary about Night Sea outside of its dark water, those on the boats going out to sea had the feeling as if they were descending into an unknown abyss. The jet-black water seemed to be able to swallow all things, causing people's hair to stand on end. Chapter 427, Catching Nightfish in Night Sea. The group of Peng Zhuang started to lament after failing to catch anything for 2 days. Peng Zhuang said, "It is so difficult to catch these fish. If this goes on, then I'm afraid we won't catch more than 2 fish in an entire month." Even though as long as they kept on paying with their longevity blood, they could keep renting the ferry, the young ones became more restless as the days passed by. Li Qie went to find Chirong Wanshue. He looked at this mature and alluring woman and asked with a smile, "Is it all right if I guide the way today?" Although Chirong Wanshue was patient, Li Qie didn't have time to play around with them on Night Sea. There were many things he needed to do that required a large amount of night fish. Chirong Wanshue watched him for a while, then nodded her head. "Very well, you can give it a try." After she agreed, Li Qie told the handler who was sitting at the back of the boat, "We'll go over there." The handler quietly rowed the boat towards the direction Li Qie pointed to. It was as if the handler was invisible. He never said anything and only dealt with controlling the ferry, never participating in anything else. As the small boat rocked back and forth, Li Qie was secretly measuring Night Sea. He needed to calculate the time and the trajectory of the boat. In the last millions of years, this was not his first time catching nightfish, so he knew more than the group of Chirong Wanshua. After riding the waves for half a day, Li Chia said in a serious manner, "Stop right here." The handler stopped the boat as it paused on this pitch-black sea. Li Chia held his breath while staring at the sea's surface. His solemn attitude also affected Chirong Wanshua as she did the same thing along with the group of youths. However, they didn't see anything. Night sea was very mysterious, so even heavenly gazes couldn't see through the dark water to assess the situation below no matter how powerful the person was. Time continued to flow. Suddenly, Li Chia's pupils narrowed as he gravely shouted, "Now! Drop the nets." Then, he immediately flung his net down into night sea. Chirong Wanshua and the group of 6 also did the same. One disciple intended to pull his net up right away, but he was stopped by Li Chia's serious tone, "Don't move." The group didn't dare to move and just stared at the sea like Li Chia, but they didn't see anything. After a while, Li Chia finally shouted, "Pull up your nets, now." He then pulled his own net up. Whoosh! The moment he pulled up his net, a blinding sunlight came forth, forcing everyone to close their eyes. There was a young nightfish inside the net, struggling to break free, but it was no use. Li Chia quickly took the fish out of the net and threw it into a jar that was prepared beforehand so that it wouldn't escape. Whoosh! The group of Chirong Wanshua also pulled up their nets and the same blinding sunlight appeared once more. The light caused the group to be shocked and speechless. The jaws of the younger crowd were wide open for a very long time. Just a single release of their nets resulted in more young nightfish than what others gained in an entire month. Chirong Wanshua was the fastest to react as she told the young ones, "Quickly, catch the fish." She then took out a jar to place her fish inside. The young ones regained their sanity and quickly placed their fish into their jars as well. They were quite jubilant as the great harvest from a single round left them in disbelief. The moment Peng Zhuang's group finally finished storing the fish away, another fairy happily pointed out Li Chia's successful catch. "There are fish over there." The people of Peng Zhuang's group were no strangers to this fairy. It was their old enemies, the Black Cloud young lord and the other disciples. "Release the nets." The young lord noticed Li Chia's catch, so he immediately ordered for the disciples on board to cast their nets into the sea as well. All of the disciples did so and then pulled up their nets, but they didn't catch anything. Seeing the empty nets, the young lord angrily stomped his foot and exclaimed, "Too late. Huh, little black ghost, you guys are too late." Peng Zhuang was quite happy to see the lack of results on the other side. The fish already ran away last night. The young lord didn't believe in magic, so he shouted again, "Release the nets." They wanted to catch a large amount of fish like how Li Chia's party did earlier, but every time they cast their nets, it ended with 0 results. Earlier, the young lord saw, with his own eyes, how the group of Peng Zhuang managed to catch young nightfish right at this place. However, his continuous attempts all ended in failure. Li Chia was too lazy to look at the Black Cloud tribe, so he said, "Let us go." With his great understanding of Night Sea, he knew that the moment he stopped that school of fish, there wouldn't be more coming for a long time. The handler once again rowed under Li Chia's directions. Peng Zhuang happily waved goodbye to the Black Cloud young lord before leaving and shouted, "Little black ghost, you guys can take your time, your uncle is leaving now." The young lord shivered with anger as his eyes failed to hide his rage. He could only watch Peng Zhuang's group leave. Li Chia told the handler to go to a certain area in the sea before stopping. He then told the group, "We'll spend the night here and cast our nets around midnight." He then sat down and closed his eyes to rest right afterward. The young ones looked at each other with excitement as they gathered together. Peng Zhuang asked, "I caught 10 young nightfish, what about you guys?" A disciple counted his fish and happily exclaimed, 15. Some people took a month to catch 3 to 5 while a single cast of their nets resulted in several dozen fish, so how could they not be incredibly excited? The only female disciple in the group was the most joyous since she had the best catch. I got 18. The 6 talked for a while in elation. Peng Zhuang then said, man, Brother Li is our lucky star. We got a really big harvest this time. Huh, Brother Li is truly amazing. Another one added, yep, although we didn't catch anything in the last 10 days, we got so much this time. This is a month's worth for other people. They felt so lucky after the great harvest that resulted from Li Qia's guidance. Only Qirong Wanxue was silent as she watched Li Qia meditate. She definitely did not believe that this rich harvest came from luck alone. She had come to Night Sea several times before, but she had never heard of anyone catching several dozen fish in a single round. This harvest was too unreasonably great. Moreover, the location was not chosen by chance since Li Qia clearly chose it deliberately. Could it be that Li Qia knew where the fish were within Night Sea? Having thought to this point, she felt that it was an impossible matter. It was said that the young night fish were very unpredictable and no one could know where they would appear. Even virtuous paragons could not calculate the time or location of the fish. However, if that was the case, then how did Li Qia pick such a location? Qirong Wanxue was quite perplexed. She became even more cautious of Li Qia. The group of Peng Zhuang was careless since they were young, but she clearly noticed that Li Qia purposely followed them. Along the way, Li Qia was quite polite and obedient. She felt that he was a bit problematic, but he never did anything to them, so she slowly became at ease. Although this release of their nets caused her doubts to resurface, she couldn't see through him at all. She only knew that his name was Li Qia and that he came from the southern distant cloud, nothing else. During midnight, Li Qia, who had been meditating, suddenly stood up and ordered the group, "Get ready." The group of youths who were meditating woke up and picked up their nets with excitement. Li Qia looked at the sky's shade then towards another direction before telling everyone, "We have to be fast this time, just a bit late and we'll lose our chance." The young ones memorized his words as they gripped their nets tightly. Li Qia stared at the sea without saying anything else. The young ones held their breaths and copied his gaze. Qirong Wanxue was also quite nervous as she looked out towards the sea. Minutes began to pass by and, in just the blink of an eye, an hour had elapsed. Li Qia remained immobile like a wooden statue, staring at Night Sea. Chapter 428, Abundant Harvest. Before anyone noticed, 2 hours had gone by and Li Qia still didn't move, he just stared at the sea. Throughout this time, they didn't do anything, so the group of Peng Zhuang became impatient. Peng Zhuang wanted to ask Li Qia, but Qirong Wanxue shook her head at them, signaling for them to not disturb him. The 6 calmed down and held their breaths while looking at the sea's surface. At this time, Li Qia then shouted, "Release the nets." Li Qia released his net at the speed of lightning. Qirong Wanxue and the 6 didn't dare to hesitate, they released their nets with their fastest speed. However, the nets had only went down for a moment before Li Qia shouted again, "Pull them up, fast." Then, Li Qia dragged up his own net. Whoosh! The 7 also pulled their nets up and found themselves dumbfounded. A light as bright as the sun illuminated the surroundings, turning the sea's night into day. It was as if a sun was rising up from their nets. Their hands were heavy since there were so many fish the size of a finger jumping around, wanting to escape from their confines. They had never seen so many fish like this. This was enough to scare someone to death. Even Qirong Wanxue was aghast until Li Qia's voice rang in her ears, "Catch them, quick." Her body shook once, then she hurriedly caught the fish. The 6 young ones also calmed down and busily caught their own fish. Their hands were shivering with excitement while they attempted to store them. As the chief, Qirong Wanxue could be said to be the most composed, but right now, her cheeks were red with excitement. In her eyes, this was simply incredible. After putting their fish away, one disciple began to count and then shouted out, "Oh heavens, I have a total of 86. The only female disciple jumped up and exclaimed, I have 107. She then kissed Li Qia on the cheek and happily declared, "Brother Li, You are too amazing. Li Chia smilingly shook his head and said, You are molesting me. The embarrassed female disciple let go of Li Chia, but she was still very excited. A kiss is nothing. Peng Zhuang smiled and declared, If Brother Li wants me to kiss you, I'll be very happy to do so. The other disciples laughed and began to line up as if they were all going to kiss Li Chia. Li Chia shook his head and said, No thanks to men, but girls can come for a kiss. How about Chief Churong? Will you give me a kiss? I don't mind. The 6 young ones were not as bold as Li Chia, so they didn't dare to say anything. They turned around to face a different direction, pretending that they didn't hear anything. Churong Wanshue's cheeks were red when she quickly shook her head in response, No thanks. She was a bit mad on the inside. Li Chia, who had been very well behaved so far, suddenly dared to tease her at this moment. This little brat is now too bold. Never mind, you chose to give up on this chance. Li Chia smirked and said. Li Chia's teasing agitated Churong Wanshue quite a bit. Keep in mind that she was a respected chief in the Snow Shadow tribe, so how could she not become angry after being teased by a little brat? Meanwhile, the young group of 6 were lost in excitement. Peng Zhuang couldn't help but ask, Brother Li, how did you know this place had young nightfish to catch? It is too unbelievable. Intuition, it is only intuition. Li Chia smiled and said, I don't know why, but after staying in Night Sea for 10 days, I suddenly have this feeling that I could sense the fish in the sea. After hearing this response, the group of 6 half believed him. Really? Why did they not have such an intuition? Li Chia smiled and said, Why would I lie to you guys? I had been very sensitive from a young age, so if I stayed at any place for a while, I would begin to sense a few things. Oh, so it is natural. The 6 felt that this explanation was trustworthy. Otherwise, how would one explain Li Chia's perception of the young nightfish? Compared to the younger 6, Churong Wanshue didn't trust Li Chia so easily. In the end, a chief was a chief, so she had much more knowledge. She didn't believe his excuse of it being his intuition and felt that he had hidden secrets. She found it strange that Li Chia would know the exact time and location of the young nightfish. She stared at him, hoping to find some clues, but there were none no matter how hard she tried. Li Chia looked at the moving sea and said, We'll go now. The handler then followed Li Chia's directions as they disappeared further in Night Sea. The following days, Li Chia kept on changing the location, and they obtained great harvests each time. It was as if nothing in this mysterious sea could escape his sight. The group of 6 was immersed in excitement. They felt that Li Chia's intuition was too magical. It was a shame that it was a natural characteristic, otherwise, they would really want to have it. In contrast to the young ones, the rich harvests each day caused Churong Wanshue to become even more suspicious. She knew that it was something other than intuition, but she couldn't pinpoint it at all. Outside of excitement and disbelief at the quantity of young nightfish, she became even more vigilant. She wondered what type of person Li Chia was. Why did he want to go with the Snow Shadow tribe? Since Li Chia could catch so many fish by himself, there was no reason for him to go with them. With this ability of being able to guess where the fish will appear, he would be quite a welcomed guest at any emperor's lineage. However, he ultimately chose to go with them, so Churong Wanshue speculated for a long time about the reason why he decided to follow them. In theory, there was nothing worthwhile at the Snow Shadow tribe for Li Chia. It was only a minor tribe, they didn't have supreme treasures nor apex merit laws. If he channeled his skills to work for a great power or an emperor's lineage, he would surely have better returns. This was the other big question in her mind, next to Li Chia's fish-predicting ability. If it is this easy to catch young nightfish, why don't necropolis inhabitants catch them themselves? Churong Wanshue answered in a serious manner, These fish are not this easy to catch. It is all due to young noble Li, understand? Despite her many questions and doubts, Li Chia had brought a lot of benefits to them, so she would remember this kindness in her heart. I was just casually wondering. Peng Zhuang quickly said, Brother Li, how about you come to our Snow Shadow tribe? Although we don't have any human members, I'm sure that the chief and the elders will welcome you with open arms. Chirong Wanshue said in a serious tone, Peng Zhuang, don't babble nonsense. Despite being only 30, Chirong Wanshue was the chief and she had great prestige in the tribe. Peng Zhuang didn't dare to continue the topic after the interjection, so he quickly shut up after cheekily sticking out his tongue. The only female disciple curiously asked, if Night Sea is within Necropolis, how come the ghosts there don't catch them? Li Qia only smiled and didn't answer the question. Instead, he then looked at Chirong Wanshue. Chirong Wanshue shook her head to say, I don't know the specifics. A legend says that the sentiments in Necropolis cannot come to this place. They are not actual ghosts or living beings, they are only things without a body. If they come to Night Sea, then they would disappear right away. Peng Zhuang looked at the handler at the back and said, no wonder why the handlers have a body. After their stay together, the Snow Shadow tribe understood that these handlers were different from the ghosts back in Necropolis. The ghosts didn't have a body while the handlers did. Under Li Qia's lead, the group had quite a frightening harvest after catching fish for a whole month. Today, Li Qia looked at the sky and declared, tomorrow will be our last round. Then, we'll leave Night Sea. Okay. The group of 6 excitedly replied. They had a lot of fish, so they were ready to go back to shore to trade with Necropolis inhabitants. Maybe they could even trade for some amazing treasures. Unlike the happy youths, the calm chief, Chirong Wanshue, looked at Li Qia who was sitting peacefully at the bow. She then sat down next to him. The 6 youths saw the chief sit next to Li Qia, so they winked at each other and turned away, pretending to be deaf and mute. Chapter 429, explaining. Li Qia calmly sat at the bow of the boat and smiled at Chirong Wanshue, who sat down beside him. In terms of beauty and allure, Chirong Wanshue was far from Chen Baojiao's level. However, Chen Baojiao didn't have the mature charm or the dignified elegance of Chirong Wanshue. Chen Baojiao was a calamitous and kingdom-toppling beauty, a supreme enchantress that took away the souls of others with a single glance. Chirong Wanshue was also movingly beautiful, especially her mature charm, no different from a ripe peach that causes hearts to beat faster. People will love her more and more the more they're exposed to her. Does Chief Chirong have something to say? Li Qia looked at her amorous features and calmly asked. Chirong Wanshue's heart was filled with emotions as she looked at this man who, despite being so much younger than her, seemed so mystical. Li Qia was very ordinary when it came to his face and aura. However, as one interacted with him more, they would find him to be full of mysteries. He would make others feel like they were being sucked in as if he was an inescapable black hole. What is young noble Li's goal for coming to Necropolis this time? Chirong Wanshue pondered for a moment before asking the question that had been haunting her. Chirong Wanshue hoped to have a real talk with Li Qia if they were to continue to stay together at Necropolis since they knew nothing about him. Li Qia didn't answer her question but asked one instead. What is Chief Chirong's goal at Necropolis? She stared at him while he met her gaze, right into her clear and bright eyes. They gazed at each other for a bit, and Chirong Wanshue was the first to turn away. She then took a deep breath and thought for a bit before resolutely saying, if we are on the same side, then we need to work together. If you wish to know, then I'll tell you. This time, I came to Necropolis to find something that my tribe had lost. Since she wanted a sincere conversation with Li Qia, she revealed the truth after contemplating for a bit. So that is the case. Li Qia smiled and replied. He understood her concerns, so he went on to say, I don't mind telling you, I came this time in order to find a certain something. What are you searching for? Chirong Wanshue inquired further. Li Qia didn't answer. He stared at her amorous snow-white face and asked, Chief Chirong, what item did your tribe lose? Chirong Wanshue became silent. This matter was of grave importance to the tribe, so she couldn't carelessly tell an outsider. Li Qia smirked at the sight of her careful contemplation. He then asked, we won't talk about this issue anymore, we can talk about the sudden eclipse instead. On that day, did you see anything strange? Li Qie found out a lot of things from Peng Zhuang, but he was now asking Qirong Wanxue to confirm it. The reason was very simple. Whenever Peng Zhuang talked about the gigantic hand from the prime ominous grave, Qirong Wanxue would yell at him to stop. This made Li Qie believe that she knew a thing or two about it. Qirong Wanxue turned around to look at the young group of 6. They were sitting at the other end with their backs turned towards Li Qie and didn't seem to be paying attention to them. So young noble Li came because of this matter? Qirong Wanxue had speculated this possibility early on since Li Qie had shown interest in this matter from the very start. Li Qie did not hide anything and smiled. You can put it that way. I trust that you know a thing or two, so can you tell me? Qirong Wanxue pondered for a bit while looking at Li Qie, who was calmly waiting for an answer. She then took a deep breath and nodded her head in agreement. Right afterward, she recalled the monstrous hand that Peng Zhuang talked about. It was indeed there. On the day of the eclipse, I was absorbing worldly energy while looking towards the prime ominous grave. She paused here for a moment. And then? Li Qie was not too anxious since he was quite sure about what had happened. Qirong Wanxue took a calming breath and eventually continued on. Right when the sky was no longer dark, I saw the prime ominous grave open. Peng Zhuang was not certain of this matter, for he was completely horrified after seeing the gigantic hand, but Qirong Wanxue was staring at the grave the entire time. When the eclipse was over, Qirong Wanxue was astonished at the grave's opening since it seemed impossible. The grave had not been opened for a long time, and she had heard that a key was required. Her ancestor had not heard of anyone obtaining this particular key. This was the reason why she found the whole thing quite strange. This whole thing contained secrets unbeknownst to her. Each time Peng Zhuang brought it up, she quickly silenced it since she didn't want to bring about any trouble to the Snow Shadow tribe. After listening to her recollection, Li Qie smiled and said, so that was the case. Now, he was completely certain of the events that transpired. This meant that he absolutely had to obtain the key to enter the grave. Qirong Wanxue glanced in his direction and asked, since I have revealed the things young noble wanted to know, can you tell me one thing? Please go ahead. Li Qie calmly said, I'll happily reveal what I know to Chief Qirong. She then asked, how did you know the locations of where the young night fish would appear? Their harvest was too shocking. There was once a descendant from an emperor's lineage who brought along a supreme treasure to Night Sea, but this person's harvest throughout an entire year was not comparable to the amount Li Qie obtained in just a month. This matter had been hanging on Qirong Wanxue's mind. Li Qie smiled and said, so Chief Qirong didn't believe me. I spoke the truth. My intuition had been very sensitive since a young age, especially when I stay in the same place for a long time. It is a natural gift from birth. Qirong Wanxue angrily glared at him since she had been tricked. She didn't believe his nonsense at all. If these fish in Night Sea could be caught by intuition, then they would have become extinct already. Li Qie only smirked in response to Qirong Wanxue's red and beautiful angry glare. He couldn't tell this secret to someone else. He spent countless efforts at Necropolis. In the past millions of years, at least half of the amount of times the grave had been opened contained traces of the Dark Crow, Li Qie. It was not easy to find the prime ominous grave's key since one needed to deal with Necropolis inhabitants. Although dealing with them was easy since one only needed sufficient young nightfish to trade for the things they desired, the most essential requirement was finding the right person, no, the right ghost. Li Qie had opened the grave several times. Sometimes he was alone, sometimes he had companions, however, each time required a huge amount of young nightfish. Because of these fish, Li Qie had studied Night Sea for a long time. He had even stayed at Necropolis for a generation. It could be said that currently, no one in this world understood Night Sea and Necropolis better than Li Qie. Qirong Wanxue said in exasperation, young noble Li, even if you don't wish to speak the truth, you don't need to come up with such an excuse to fool me. As the chief, she had always been shrewd and careful, but this time, being tricked by Li Qie had done quite a number on her. Oh, it seems that I have hurt Chief Qirong's feelings. Li Chia startlingly exclaimed, "If that is so, then I should try to compensate to further amend our relationship. It is my fault for not noticing your affection earlier." You. Churong Wanshue's tender breasts swayed up and down like a powerful wave as she glared at Li Chia. She couldn't help but grip her fists. This little demon was too arrogant. He even dared to tease her. This was too much. Before, she felt that this little demon was very well behaved. But now, it was clear that it was all an act. He was just a wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Chia was carefree as always and was unafraid of her fury. He looked straight into her eyes while putting on an innocent appearance. Li Chia's pretentiously pitiful appearance made Churong Wanshue helpless since it stopped her from acting out. While they were speaking, Peng Zhuang and the other youths were whispering to each other about the two. Peng Zhuang softly muttered, "Heh, I feel that Brother Li and our chief are quite a match." "No way." The female disciple tilted her head and replied, "Brother Li is about our age, but our chief is a bit older. The old saying goes, age is not a barrier." Peng Zhuang mischievously went on, "I feel that our chief holds Brother Li in high regard, do you guys not see it?" She had been lost in thought while looking at him. Li Chia calmly sat at the bow of the boat and smiled at Churong Wanshue, who sat down beside him. In terms of beauty and allure, Churong Wanshue was far from Chen Baojiao's level. However, Chen Baojiao didn't have the mature charm or the dignified elegance of Churong Wanshue. Chen Baojiao was a calamitous and kingdom-toppling beauty, a supreme enchantress that took away the souls of others with a single glance. Churong Wanshue was also movingly beautiful, especially her mature charm that was no different from a ripe peach. It would cause the hearts of others to beat faster and faster. People would love her more and more from further exposure. "Does Chief Churong have something to say?" Li Chia looked at her amorous features and calmly asked. Chapter 430, Scoundrel's Plot. If Churong Wanshue knew that her focus on Li Chia had been misunderstood by Peng Zhuang's group, she would definitely go insane. "I think that is true." Another disciple added, "How about after we return to shore, we give them some time alone?" The 6 of them deviously grinned. They wanted to encourage and match their chief and Li Chia together. How would Li Chia and Churong Wanshue feel if they knew about this mischievous matter? Today was the last time the group of Li Chia released their nets. Pull them up. After a month had elapsed, the group was quite in sync with each other. With his command, everyone pulled up their nets. A golden light appeared together with the nets as jumping young nightfish could be seen everywhere. This was not their first harvest. It could be said that during this month, they had caught an unbelievable amount of fish. Nevertheless, seeing the net full of fish still left them in amazement. The group was already very familiar with storing the fish in jars. Everyone was satisfied and excited with such a grand harvest. Peng Zhuang emotionally said, "I'm afraid we caught more in 1 month than others in 3 years." He understood that this was all because of Li Chia. Without him, they were no different from ordinary cultivators. There was no way they could be compared to the descendants from the great powers. "Don't move." At this time, Li Chia was gazing intensely at the sea. Suddenly, he then shot out a terrifying gleam. Churong Wanshue's group was startled by Li Chia's attitude as they held their breaths. As they were completely lost, no one dared to move. Li Chia suddenly released his net and then pulled it back up again with an incredible speed. Crash! Before the net was retrieved, the sea was already setting off waves as if a giant monster had been captured. The rest were scared out of their minds. They had captured a lot of young nightfish, but there had never been such a commotion. Churong Wanshue wanted to help Li Chia pull his net up, but he suddenly cried loudly as the ferry shook back and forth. He mustered all of his energy and flexed his body to pull the net up. The moment the net was successfully pulled up, waves of bright lights painfully pierced the group's eyes. They then took a careful look and found that a turtle was inside the net. The turtle was around the size of a palm and had fire blazing on its body. This fire was made from universal divine laws in the form of chains, and each chain was a very profound grand Tao. The small turtle emitted dazzling rays of light that pierced the eyes of spectators like needles. The group was astounded since they had been catching fish for more than a month, but they had never caught anything besides young nightfish. Chirong Wanshue had come to Night Sea several times, and she had heard that there were only young nightfish in this sea, nothing else. This was the truth and not something that was just limited to her alone. No one who had come to Night Sea had ever caught anything outside of fish. So today, when Li Chia caught a strange turtle, how could Chirong Wanshue's group not become shocked? They had never heard of such a thing before. Good stuff. Li Chia was pleased to see the turtle in the net. He moved as fast as lightning to grab this turtle that intended to break free from the net. There's a treasure over there. Right when Li Chia grabbed the turtle, a voice came from the distance. Chirong Wanshue looked up and noticed two fairies swiftly approaching. By the time they came closer, Li Chia had already put the turtle away in a treasure jar. He gently patted it after closing the lid. This time was a very fruitful harvest. He didn't expect to be able to catch such a thing. Many generations ago when Li Chia was staying at Night Sea, he had caught a turtle like this before. That time, it required a long period of calculation to catch one, so this meeting could only be described as him being super lucky. Chirong Wanshue's heart sank the moment she saw the people on the two approaching ferries. Who else could it be besides the Black Cloud tribe and the Een Moon tribe? The fact that these two tribes were traveling together was not a good thing for the Snow Shadow tribe. The Een Moon prince was interested in Chirong Wanshue, so after going out to Night Sea, he wanted to both catch fish and look for her, intending to go together. The prince then coincidentally met the Black Cloud young lord. The Black Cloud tribe was a lot weaker than the Een Moon tribe, so the young lord purposely made friends with the Een Moon tribe. He told the prince how he met the group of Chirong Wanshue who managed to catch dozens of young nightfish in just one session. Compared to the idiotic young lord, the Een Moon prince was a descendant from a second-rate great power, someone who had vast knowledge. He immediately found it strange after hearing the story about this great catch. People on the same boat all having such a great harvest had to be called a miracle. There was only one explanation, and that was that the group of Chirong Wanshue had met a school of young nightfish. He had been thinking about this matter, but he didn't expect to see Chirong Wanshue's group today. However, before he could greet her, he saw Li Chia's yield. Catching the turtle caused his heart to tremble. He had never heard of anyone catching anything besides fish in Night Sea. He immediately understood that this turtle was amazing, an absolutely world-shocking item. Necropolis always had legends about its amazing items. Even though the Een Moon prince didn't know what this turtle was, an existence that lived in Night Sea amidst the nightfish must be marvelous, so he immediately wanted it. The Een Moon prince clapped his hands and smiled. Congratulations to Miss Chirong's group for having such a great harvest. After seeing the Black Cloud young lord and the Een Moon prince traveling together, Peng Zhuang's group of youths immediately became restless. Although they were not afraid of the Black Cloud tribe, they couldn't afford to mess with the Een Moon tribe. With her heart beating fast, Chirong Wanshue smiled in response. Een Moon prince is too kind, it wasn't anything great. We only caught a bit more than 10 fish in 1 month. So it is only so-so. That is already not bad. The Een Moon prince responded with a smile. He then looked at Li Chia and asked, earlier, I saw this little brother catch a turtle with a strange shape. I wonder if you could take it out so that I can have a look. If it wasn't for Chirong Wanshue's presence, the prince would be too lazy to bother talking to Li Chia. At the eastern nether border, a human junior was nothing. He could easily and directly seize the turtle from him. No. Li Chia was too lazy to look at the prince since he knew what was on the prince's mind. The smile on the prince's face froze as he wryly spoke. I like to collect strange things, and little brother's turtle matches my taste quite nicely. How about selling it to me? I will pay 2,000 pieces of ancient saint refined jades. His words annoyed the group of Peng Zhuang. Although 2,000 ancient saint refined jades was indeed a very high price to a minor sect, even young nightfish sold for an extremely sky-high price, let alone a mysterious turtle. The prince's price was clearly trying to take advantage of them. Let us go back to shore. Li Chia didn't bother wasting time, so he told the handler to head back. The Black Cloud young lord wanted to curry favor with the Een Moon Prince, so he shouted at Li Chia, "Hey, human junior, did you hear what the prince asked just now?" Li Chia ignored the young lord as well, prompting an ugly expression from the Een Moon Prince. The prince then said in a grave tone, "Little friend, don't be so arrogant on the road. This place is the nether border, it's not a place for you humans. In this place, you have to know propriety. If you see a ghost tribe, you have to call them sir, understand?" Chirong Wanshue's heart sank. She knew that the Een Moon Prince was only looking for an excuse. Although the nether border was the ghost race's territory, unless there was a conflict of interest, they rarely bothered to care about human cultivators. With the prince bringing up the ghost race, one could easily guess his intentions. Li Chia didn't bother to look at the prince as he calmly retorted, "So what if it is the nether border? Not to mention an insignificant Een Moon tribe, but even if the Myriad Bones throne comes, I still wouldn't bat an eye. Keep on buzzing in front me and I'll throw you down into Night Sea." Although the group of Peng Zhuang wanted to cheer for Li Chia's words because the Een Moon Prince had no respect, they couldn't help but wryly smile when Li Chia brought up the Myriad Bones throne. They secretly shouted in their mind, "Little ancestor. One can eat anything, but one can't speak everything carelessly. Offending the Myriad Bones throne in the nether border. Not to mention a little tribe like the Snow Shadow tribe, even a great power would become ashes. Myriad Bones throne, what a terrifying existence. One sect, 3 emperors. It was invincible in the eastern nether border." Chapter 431. Plenty of excuses to frame someone. Chirong Wanshue didn't know what to say and could only reveal a bitter smile. She hated the Een Moon Prince's group, but Li Chia's attitude was too arrogant. He even offended the Myriad Bones throne. If the throne heard these words, it would bring about a disaster. She wanted to stop him from speaking, but it was already too late. If his words were made known to the public, then having 9 lives still wouldn't be enough. The Een Moon Prince's expression turned cold after hearing Li Chia's response. Although the Een Moon tribe was a second-rate sect at the nether border, they were still a monstrous existence compared to the human sections. In the sacred nether world, outside of the southern distant cloud, human forces at the other regions were very weak. Second-rate human sects were already considered quite powerful at these places since first-rate human sects virtually didn't exist. In the Een Moon Prince's eyes, a human junior like Li Chia was but an ant, so how could he not become furious in the face of such blustering? The prince then angrily shouted, "Fool, the nether border isn't a place for an ant like you to boast." His blood energy surged like a tidal wave. He didn't make a move and let his blood energy soar towards Li Chia to turn him into a mist of blood. An ant like Li Chia could easily be crushed by a single finger of his. The sudden attack from the prince left Chirong Wanshue with a bad expression. Li Chia also narrowed his eyes. "Do not fight on my ferry." At this time, the handler weakly stated. Although his words were quiet, they carried quite a weight. The Een Moon Prince's expression greatly changed as he withdrew his blood energy that attacked Li Chia. No one wanted to oppose the handlers or the local inhabitants at Necropolis, for it was not a wise decision. It was hard to leave with one's life once a feud began. "Humph. Junior, I'll temporarily spare your life." The Een Moon Prince snorted. It was hard for him to restrain this anger, but he didn't want to offend the handler. Li Chia didn't bother to look at the prince. The handler then rowed the boat as they disappeared above Night Sea while the prince coldly glared at their departure. "Prince, wait until they come to shore. Then, we can punish them at any time," the Black Cloud young lord quickly said to the prince. The prince only scowled and showed a glare as cold as ice that overflowed with murderous intent. The handler eventually brought Li Chia's group back to shore. The 6 youths took a sigh of relief the moment their feet touched the hard ground and immediately became excited. Peng Zhuang patted his pocket and put on a look of a newly rich fella. "Hee, we should go to the city to see if anyone is selling anything good." His excitement made sense since each of them had a crazy amount of young night fish. Even Emperor's lineage descendants would not have as many fish as their group even if they spent 3 years straight on night sea. At Necropolis, they were considered quite wealthy and could buy many things they wanted. Of course, in order to buy the real good stuff, good eyesight and luck were also essential. Even after becoming rich, Zhurong Wanxue remained calm in contrast to Peng Zhuang's attitude. She also had a huge amount of fish, but she was not excited and restless like the young ones. She looked at Li Qia who was standing next to her and asked, "Where does young Nobly want to go now?" Li Qia looked at the mature and beautiful chief and asked, "Chief Zhurong wants to go with me?" "Very well. Necropolis is filled with ghastly energy, so going alone will be very sad." His flirting caused her to become quite annoyed, but she restrained herself and put on an elegant and calm demeanor befitting of a leader. She then said, "We'll see you off." Li Qia smiled and said, "So Chief Zhurong is worried about my safety." Li Qia understood her thoughts. She was afraid that the Moon Prince's group was going to take care of him, so she wanted to go together for a while. She looked at him and responded calmly, "Since young Nobly helped us catch so many fish, we should lend you our strength when you are in trouble." She knew that protecting Li Qia would bring about trouble for the Snow Shadow tribe, but she still wanted to escort him for some distance. She was someone who knew how to be grateful after being given so much, so naturally, she would lend him a hand. Peng Zhuang looked at Night Sea then quickly spoke to the chief, "Chief, we should talk while walking or else the Moon Prince's group might catch up." The group of youths was worried for Li Qia. They weren't afraid of the Black Cloud young lord, but their tribe couldn't afford to provoke the Moon tribe. Of course, should Li Qia face trouble, everyone was willing to help him. "We'll get out of here." Zhurong Wanxue spoke and immediately led Li Qia away from Night Sea. Seeing their enthusiastic goodwill, Li Qia only smiled and didn't deny their affection. "You are in such a hurry to leave, do you have something to hide?" However, the moment they left Night Sea, a person led a team and blocked their path. This person was the Black Cloud young lord. He and a dozen disciples blocked Li Qia's path with very aggressive postures. The atmosphere became extremely tense. "It is this little black ghost again." Peng Zhuang sneered and said, "So? You want to stop us with your group? Are you tired of living?" He then rubbed his palms together. Snow shadows and black clouds had been enemies throughout many generations, so now that the young lord himself came to their doorstep to cause trouble, it caused the group of 6 to become very angry. They would not show mercy to their enemies. As the chief, Zhurong Wanxue was much calmer and stopped the 6 from rushing forward. She then spoke in a serious manner towards the young lord, "What is your intention for blocking our path?" The young lord revealed a malicious smile, "Chief Zhurong, we don't want to oppose your Snow Shadow tribe, but our tribe had lost an extremely important item." Peng Zhuang coldly smiled and asked in anger, "What does your tribe losing an item have to do with us?" The young lord showed a sinister smile. "It indeed has nothing to do with the Snow Shadow tribe, but it has something to do with him." He then pointed at Li Qia. "And then what?" Li Qia asked without a care. He didn't even bother to look at the young lord. The young lord smiled insidiously and said, "Some time ago, a little human snuck into our tribe and stole a treasure. Although he hid his face, he couldn't change his body shape. Ever since we met, I've felt that your figure was very familiar. Now I understand, you were that human who snuck into my tribe." The young lord caused the expressions of the group of 6 and Zhurong Wanxue to sour while only Li Qia remained calm as if nothing had happened. One cannot speak like this without thinking it through. Zhurong Wanxue resolutely spoke, "Black Cloud young lord, your claim requires evidence." The young lord smiled and said, "Chief Zhurong, our tribe has evidence, this is why we are calling out this human boy. If he is innocent, then he can come and prove his innocence at our tribe. If we are wrong, then we are willing to accept our blunder." Zhurong Wanxue's expression sank. She knew that the young lord's claim was only an excuse. Once Li Qia entered the Black Cloud tribe, there would be no exit. Even if Li Qie stealing a treasure was a lie, once he steps into the tribe's territory, it would become the truth. The young lord's words were merely excuses while his real intention was to bring Li Qie back to the Black Cloud tribe. Chirong Wanshue then exclaimed, "Black Cloud young lord, your words alone are insufficient. Young noble Li will not go with you to the Black Cloud tribe. If you have clear evidence, then you can present it at my Snow Shadow tribe at any time. Right now, young noble Li is our tribe's esteemed guest." The Black Cloud young lord's expression turned cold as he responded, "So Chief Chirong is determined to protect this human? Do you understand that once word of this gets out, it will have a negative impact on your tribe? A ghost race protecting a human thief. Do you think the sacred netherworld will tolerate your tribe in the future? You do not need to concern yourself with this matter." Chirong Wanshue had firmly decided to protect Li Qie and spoke frankly, "Please leave. As long as young noble Li is our Snow Shadow tribe's guest, don't think about bringing him away in front of me. Chief Chirong is making it very difficult for me." The Black Cloud young lord was not afraid at all. "All of my brothers are here, but if Chief Chirong makes me go back empty-handed, what am I going to tell my elders?" The dozen disciples then surrounded Li Qie's group. They were ready to fight the moment their young lord gave the order. Chirong Wanshue suddenly gave him a sharp glare as the dignified aura of a ruler enveloped her, making her seem like an empress. She then dryly said, "If the Black Cloud tribe must fight against us, then we shall entertain you any time." The young lord knew that Chirong Wanshue was stronger than him, but he still said without any apprehension, "It seems that we have to talk with our fists. We are all members of the ghost race, there is no need to be so tense. We should be unified with each other and coexist in peace." At this point, a voice suddenly appeared. Chapter 432, Massacre. The Een Moon Prince led a group of Een Moon disciples closer. Chirong Wanshue immediately became alarmed after seeing this. His arrival was definitely not a coincidence. She finally understood why the Black Cloud young lord showed no fear. Li Qie smirked as he noticed the approaching Een Moon Prince and his fellow disciples. He was not angry at all. Trivial schemes and plots like these couldn't enter his sight. Li Qie had once plotted against this entire world, so this little play from the Een Moon Prince was merely a trivial trick to him. Chirong Wanshue revealed a chilling flash in her eyes as she asked in a grave manner, "Een Moon Prince, your Een Moon tribe wants to interfere with this matter as well?" The Een Moon Prince smiled with the confidence of a self-proclaimed cool romanticist and said, "Miss Chirong, I am the descendant of the Een Moon tribe, so I will not be biased towards either side. I have heard the conversation between you two. Although Miss Chirong might think the accusation is merely a one-sided allegation from the Black Cloud young lord. If someone actually stole the Black Cloud tribe's treasure, then I cannot easily let this go." "Right, Miss Chirong?" The Een Moon Prince confidently said. "It is also understandable that Miss Chirong doesn't want to let the Black Cloud young lord take him away since young noble Li is a guest of your tribe." At this point, he coughed and continued on, "However, this situation has conflicting claims from both sides, so it is very difficult to decide. How about this? I am willing to be the mediator. If young noble Li didn't steal anything from the Black Cloud tribe, then please take out something as assurance." "What do you mean take something out for assurance?" A Snow Shadow disciple couldn't help but interject. The situation was not favorable for Li Qie with the sudden involvement of the Een Moon tribe. The Een Moon Prince smiled and said, "Since this is Necropolis, we should use something from Necropolis as assurance. Young noble Li caught some young nightfish and that turtle earlier, so we can use them as the items. If you are innocent, then the items will be returned to young noble Li. Of course, if you escape due to guilt, then they will be used as compensation for the Black Cloud tribe, while Miss Chirong won't have to shoulder the responsibility." He then smilingly asked Chirong Wanshue, "Do you agree, Miss Chirong?" As a tribe chief, Chirong Wanshue immediately understood that the whole notion of theft was only a trap set up by the prince and the young lord. After walking around a large circle, their ultimate goal was still Li Qie's turtle. There were only young nightfish in Night Sea, so this turtle had to be something amazing, inciting the Een Moon Prince's greed. Chirom Wanshue shook her head and said in a serious manner, "Een Moon Prince, we can't just take young noble Li's precious possessions based on the Black Cloud young lord's words alone. If you really want to be the mediator, then our Snow Shadow tribe is ready to bear the consequences. Young noble Li is our guest, so the Black Cloud tribe can come to our tribe to find him when they have ironclad proof. Miss Chirom, you should not be doing this." The Een Moon Prince shook his head and said, "I trust you, but this doesn't mean that I trust the human. If he doesn't want to take out something as assurance, then he has to follow me." Peng Zhuang's young group of 6 were outraged as they glared at the prince. The prince clearly wanted to frame Li Chia. Chirom Wanshue then moved in front of Li Chia with a firm attitude. "Een Moon Prince, our tribe will take responsibility for our guest's safety. We will not allow anyone to take him away." The Een Moon Prince's expression became more aggressive as he said, "Miss Chirom, I like you and want to help, but this matter is not trivial. If you keep on wanting to protect a human thief, then even if my heart was willing, the elders of my tribe would question me. If your tribe keeps on opposing the entire ghost race, then there will be no place for it in the sacred netherworld. At that point, it would be even more difficult to settle this matter, and you would have to pay an even greater price." "Are you threatening me?" Chirom Wanshue angrily exclaimed. Although the Snow Shadow tribe was weak, this didn't mean that they didn't have their own dignity. Li Chia looked at Chirom Wanshue, who was protecting him like a mother hen protecting her baby, and smiled. He then tapped her shoulder and leisurely said, "Chief Chirom, leave this small matter to me." "But," Chirom Wanshue worriedly said. Li Chia waved his hand to stop her, then he stepped forward and lazily stared at the Een Moon Prince's group. He began to slowly speak. "I give you 2 options, scram or I'll personally kill you. Be smart and run away, because if you truly anger me, I'll massacre your entire tribe." Peng Zhuang's group was astounded. Li Chia was too arrogant and overbearing. Meanwhile, Chirom Wanshue was also taken aback and started to worry. Li Chia had completely dropped all formalities in front of the enemy. To Chirom Wanshue, the Black Cloud tribe was nothing, but the Een Moon tribe was not easy to mess with. The prince didn't only represent himself, behind him was a powerful tribe, the force of a country. The Een Moon Prince snapped after being provoked by a human junior. "Fool. You chose to ignore the path towards heaven and picked the unwelcoming gate of hell." With that, his blood energy soared along with the aura of an expert. But before he could finish his words, his neck was already gripped by Li Chia and was propped up high. Li Chia's speed was too fast and no one saw his actions clearly. They only noticed the prince being suspended by Li Chia's hand. "Stop!" The Een Moon disciples shouted in horror after seeing their prince in trouble. All the disciples took out their weapons and attacked Li Chia. Li Chia didn't bother to look at the vanguard and simply stretched out his palm. A sky-covering palm instantly caught all of the attacking disciples. Zzz. The disciples who had their weapons ready didn't even know what had happened before they and their treasures were rendered into a puddle of blood by Li Chia. This sudden development shocked everyone. The Een Moon Prince was suspended by the neck and was deathly pale as he pissed in his pants. "If you oppose the ghost race, the sacred netherworld will not tolerate you." The Een Moon Prince's heart was pumping with fear as he stuttered. Li Chia stared at him blandly and leisurely smiled. "Oppose the ghost race? A little tribe like your Een Moon tribe is not qualified to be my enemy. Moreover, so what if I oppose the ghost race? Not to mention mere ghosts, even if they were gods and immortals, would still kill them without mercy if they blocked my path." The Een Moon Prince was scared out of his wits, but the words couldn't come out in time. Poof! Li Chia's 5 fingers came together and crushed him, leaving behind a bloody pool. "Oh mother! We need to run, now!" The Black Cloud young lord and the dozen Black Cloud disciples were scared out of their minds. They immediately ran the moment they understood the situation. "Since you are already here, don't leave." Li Chia lazily spoke with that same smile. He then flicked his finger, and the escaping group couldn't make it further than 2 steps before they were turned into a bloody mist. Opposing me is not a wise decision. After taking care of his opponents, Li Chia patted his palms and smiled. To him, this was only a trivial matter. Churong Wanshue and the group of youths were horrified. So many were instantly annihilated by Li Chia in just the blink of an eye. The young lord and the prince did not have the power to resist Li Chia's might. They were mere ants. No, they weren't even ants before him. Even after a deep breath, Churong Wanshue still struggled to calm her shivering heart. The Black Cloud young lord was one thing, but the prince was a real royal noble. He was a bit weaker than her, but not by a lot. Such a powerful royal noble was not even an ant and was without the ability to resist before Li Chia, who crushed him by hand. How could Churong Wanshue not become shocked? They were with Li Chia for more than a month. Although his young nightfish catching ability was very magical and she indeed felt that he was very mysterious, this was limited to Night Sea. From multiple angles, he looked nothing like an invincible expert. Li Chia's appearance was very ordinary and he seemed even younger than Peng Zhuang's group. However, despite not looking like an expert, today, he easily crushed a royal noble, so one could easily imagine how formidable his cultivation was. Chapter 433. Follow me. The young group of 6 were stunned for a long time. The Een Moon Prince, a royal noble, was crushed to death. This was too terrifying. They stared at Li Chia witlessly without being able to say a word. So it seems that I was being a busybody. With your abilities, young noble Li had no need for our tribe's protection. Churong Wanshue calmed down and wryly smiled. The other disciples also started to encourage her. Yeah, Chief, with Brother Li's protection, you will be able to go to more places inside Necropolis. Maybe our lost item is inside a particularly dangerous area. The 6 young ones wanted to match Li Chia and Churong Wanshue together. Churong Wanshue then stared at them and asked, "What about you guys?" She was very tempted since she needed such an opportunity. The current state of the Snow Shadow tribe was quite undesirable. For a while now, the Snow Shadow tribe and the Black Cloud tribe had been in constant conflict regarding control over territory. In recent years, even the Een Moon tribe had been eyeing them from the sidelines. The Een Moon tribe was a second-rate sect that wanted to join the ranks of the first-rate orders, so they wanted to swallow up the surrounding territory. However, as fellow ghost tribes, they had no pretext to deploy troops. The Een Moon Prince wanted to marry Churong Wanshue, but she knew that outside of liking her, he also wanted the Snow Shadow tribe's territory. If this marriage came to fruition, then the Snow Shadow tribe would surely fall into the grasp of the Een Moon tribe. Thus, if Li Chia could actually give a great creation to the Snow Shadow tribe, then Churong Wanshue would be willing to go with him. Peng Zhuang immediately said, "Chief, you can rest assured, we will just go around the towns and look around to gain more experience and see if there is anything we can buy." Churong Wanshue pondered for a bit and felt that this made sense. Although Necropolis had treasures, Peng Zhuang's group of 6 were too weak and there were many places that they couldn't go to. Walking around town was also an opportunity. Moreover, they had a lot of young nightfish, so maybe they would also meet a great fortune. Then you guys have to be careful. Make sure you don't show off your wealth and let people know that you have young nightfish. Churong Wanshue warned, "Remember to send the help signal when in danger." "Chief, don't worry and go with Brother Li. We will definitely not start any trouble." The 6 of them spoke in unison. Chapter 434. Penta Realm Gate. Li Chia looked at the group of 6 and said, "There are indeed a lot of opportunities to buy good stuff in Necropolis, but it requires luck and keen eyes. It was not easy for you guys to catch the fish, so don't spend them carelessly. I will introduce you all to a place. There is a small town on the east side. If you see a symbol like this, then pay up with some fish. Repeat this several times. Whether you get anything or not will depend on your own luck." Li Chia drew a symbol and then handed it to Peng Zhuang. After accepting the symbol, Peng Zhuang cheerfully smiled and said, "Brother Li, we'll go ahead then. We'll leave our chief in your care." He then winked at Li Qie and revealed an ambiguous and mischievous expression. Li Qie only laughed at Peng Zhuang's group's encouragement. How could he not know what these kids were thinking? They happily said goodbye and left in excitement. Qirong Wanxue sighed while looking at them leave. These 6 were the young seeds of the Snow Shadow tribe, so she was not without worries, letting them go off alone. However, under her constant protection, they would never become independent. Where are we going now? She composed herself and asked Li Qie. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and said, "We'll go to the Penta Realm Gate to test our luck." The Penta Realm Gate? Qirong Wanxue nervously said, "It is quite a dangerous place. Out of the 5 entrances, 4 of them are located in extremely ominous locations." Li Qie smiled and said, "Without taking a risk at Necropolis and putting it all on the line, Chief Qirong will never discover the fortunes that await you." Qirong Wanxue nodded without objecting. Since she had decided to follow Li Qie, she would go wherever he wanted to. Although Necropolis was a city of ghosts and had wandering spirits everywhere, it was not disorderly at all. On the contrary, it was just like the outside with ghosts cultivating instead. They were remnants of the dead, sentiments without memories of their previous life. It was a new life without assured immortality. If these sentiments did not grow stronger, then they would disappear as time went by. Ever since an unknown era, these ghosts had started to cultivate in Necropolis. There were sects in Necropolis that were even more ancient than the ones in the 9 worlds. Their origins were untraceable as well. The sects that occupied the best locations in Necropolis were also considered the most dangerous places. It was true that Necropolis had treasures, but these treasures for cultivators were not worth a coin in the eyes of these ghosts because they were only sentiments. They cultivated a certain power given to them by Necropolis itself. It was completely different from cultivators absorbing worldly energy. Cultivation in Necropolis comes from having faith in the city itself. The more these ghosts harmonize with this land and take root, the longer these sentiments could survive and the more powerful they would become. Because of this, cultivators' treasures were useless to the ghosts. However, the ghosts occupied the areas with treasures and took ownership of them. Any cultivator who wanted treasures or adventures must pay young nightfish to these ghosts before entering their sect. Cultivators wanted treasures while Necropolis ghosts wanted young nightfish. It was a beneficial relationship. The Penta Realm Gate was a lineage in Necropolis, a very ancient lineage. It occupied 5 mountain passes in the northern area. Rumor has it that there were many amazing things in these passes, and the key to the prime ominous grave was once found inside. This was why many cultivators wanted to enter and see if they could find anything. Once Li Qie brought Qirong Wanxue to the Penta Realm Gate, there were already 2 long lines right outside the mountain passes. They were all cultivators from outside of all sorts, guys and girls, ghosts, humans, demons, heavenly devils. Necropolis has been quite lively recently. Qirong Wanxue was slightly surprised after seeing the long line and told Li Qie. Li Qie looked at the line, then the 2 also joined in. The lines were filled with young people from many different races. Outside of the passes were 2 guardian ghosts, or 2 sentiments, rather. Anyone who wished to enter must pay young nightfish. While they were waiting in line, a sudden explosion could be heard as the earth shook with rumbling noises. Everyone saw the arrival of a giant. Despite his huge stature, he was not slow at all and quickly joined the line. This was a young man 3 times the size of an ordinary person, someone with quite a healthy appearance. He exuded a fierce aura and had a 3-colored halo above his head. Despite being huge, he was not a brute and, on the contrary, was quite handsome. The 3-colored halo above his head gave him a somewhat sacred atmosphere. The huge young man came closer and looked around coldly before lining up. Those who recognized him obediently gave way, and this giant walked forward without any reservation. A young cultivator from the distant cloud emotionally exclaimed, "Mo Li Dao." Li Qie glanced at the 3-colored halo above the young man's head and said with surprise, "The Sky Devil Tribe." The Sky Devil Tribe was a branch of the Heavenly Devil race. Meeting such a rare tribe was not easy in this place. Many people looked at him after they heard his choice. A young human cultivator kindly reminded him, "Brother, this is your first time here, right? Although the shifting mountain pass is the safest one, it is also the most hopeless one. You too won't be able to go through the entire mountain since even heavenly sovereigns cannot do so. How about you guys pick the first pass? It's very low risk and there are a lot of opportunities as well. Even if you don't get anything, there will be very minimal losses, and if you are lucky, maybe you will get 1 or 2 amazing treasures." This young human cultivator was quite kind. After all, the human race was very weak here, so those away from home should help each other. "Thank you, Dao brother," Li Qiye said with a wide smile. "I wish to obtain a great fortune, maybe we'll be able to find one." "Great fortune? You guys? Forget it." Another young cultivator shook their head and said, "Even if you make it through the entire pass, you wouldn't necessarily be able to find anything." Li Qiye only smiled and led Shirong Wanshue into the 5th pass, the shifting mountain pass. These two wasted 100 young nightfish, what a shame. A person said with pity after seeing the two enter the pass. Li Qiye and Shirong Wanshue were met with hot, dry air the moment they entered. Unknowing travelers would think that they made a wrong turn after seeing the scene ahead. Before them was a vast desert. The strange part was that this desert was completely flat, and its dried land appeared to have been burnt. If the entrance was not right behind them, anyone who saw this desert would think that they were lost. This place did not resemble Necropolis at all. Shifting mountain pass? Shirong Wanshue couldn't prevent herself from being dazed after seeing the desert before her. She had never been here before, but she had heard of a few things about it. "Can we actually do this?" she asked without confidence. "I heard that there are practically no treasures here, but it is also the pass with the highest requirements among the 5 passes. It is a gamble." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Although the other 4 passes indeed have a higher chance of obtaining treasures, they are all ordinary treasures. If you want to gamble, you have to bet something huge. If we are lucky, then it will be a true fortune." Chapter 435, Shifting Mountain. Shirong Wanshue had nothing to say after hearing his explanation. Ordinary treasures were already very good for the Snow Shadow tribe, and she didn't even dare to think about legendary divine weapons. However, she believed in his choice and asked, "What should we do now?" Li Qiye responded with a smile, "There are 5 mountains at the 5 corners of this desert. As long as you can push these mountains into the middle, you will be able to open up this desert. Then, it will be up to your own fortune whether you will get a treasure or not." His familiarity with the shifting mountain pass caused Shirong Wanshue to gaze at him. "Didn't you say that you have never been to Necropolis before?" Li Qiye answered with a smile, "If I had answered that I have been to this place before, would you have let me come along? If I am not mistaken, Chief Chirong had always been suspicious that I bore ill will towards you guys." Being figured out by Li Qiye caused her to blush. This made her feminine and elegant aura to be even more alluring, like a dripping ripe peach. "Just kidding." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Don't take it seriously." Li Qiye didn't mind it at all since it was natural for her to be so cautious as the chief. Chirong Wanshue angrily glared at him. Who would have been so paranoid if you didn't act so suspiciously? Her mature demeanor now had a youthful coquettish air mixed into it. "Come, we have to go find the 5 mountains and push them together to see if we are lucky this time around." Li Qiye smiled and said. They began searching in the vast desert. Very quickly, they found a mountain. It wasn't overly large nor small and looked very ordinary. The only distinctive feature was that it was completely black. "We'll push now," Chirong Wanshue quickly said after finding this mountain. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "You won't be able to, just follow me for now. Be on the lookout in case someone comes with bad intentions." With that, he placed his hands on the mountain. It was not hard to overturn mountains and seas with Li Qiye's cultivation, so a normal-sized mountain should be as light as a feather and would easily be lifted up with one hand by him. However, this black mountain was extremely heavy. Despite his utmost efforts, the mountain only shifted slightly. If any other mountain was met by this same force, it would have already been blown flying across the sky. Roll, Li Qie pushed the entire mountain as it followed a strange path. It was as if this path was already predetermined. Qirong Wanxue hurriedly followed behind him. She didn't dare to be careless and released her divine intent to look around in case someone else wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fortunately, no one else picked the shifting mountain pass, so only the two of them were in this desert. Rolling, under Li Qie's constant pushing, the Black Mountains slowly followed the predetermined path to the center of the desert. Now, Qirong Wanxue understood why people didn't pick this pass. She witnessed Li Qie's strength with her own eyes when he crushed a royal noble like crushing an ant. However, he was struggling to push this mountain, so she wouldn't be able to make it budge at all. Rolling, this Black Mountain was heavy beyond one's imagination. Even someone with astonishing physical strength like Li Qie found it to be a huge challenge. It was halfway to the center, but Li Qie's entire body was drenched in sweat. Take a rest for now. Qirong Wanxue noticed his fatigued panting and worriedly said. Li Qie kept on pushing and shook his head. No, if I let go, it will move back to the original location and all will be for naught. You have to push it to the center in one go or it will never work. Qirong Wanxue was shocked. No wonder why no one else wanted to pick the shifting mountain pass. She believed that even ancient saints would find this very difficult. Li Qie was quite mighty, so despite the heavy weight of the Black Mountain, he persevered until it reached the center in one setting. After moving it to the center, he suddenly heard a cranking sound as if something had latched onto the mountain. At that point, he finally let go while being completely out of breath as he felt his legs giving out. Qirong Wanxue was scared and quickly came to embrace the staggering Li Qie before asking, "Are you okay?" The exhausted Li Qie heaved a sigh and said, "Let me rest a bit. So tiring. This is indeed really hard." Qirong Wanxue propped him against a safe place to sit. After a while, his blood energy began to recover. After his blood energy rejuvenated like a receding tide, Qirong Wanxue felt relieved and caringly asked, "How do you feel?" Li Qie smiled while basking in his enjoyment. "Very comfortable. Sleeping in a beauty's embrace is indeed very comfortable. Just a bit more then I'll be fine." Qirong Wanxue was startled and suddenly realized something as her face turned red. She was hugging him tightly as his head was resting on her chest, deep into the valley. He also had a very comfortable and joyful expression. "You." She wanted to push him away due to the embarrassment. Li Qie lightly waved his hand to stop her and smiled. "Don't be angry, Qirong. If I really wanted to take advantage of you, using these kinds of means would be a disgrace to me. If I wanted to enjoy such affection, then I would directly take you in and taste you completely in addition to earning your willingness to be my woman. I have confidence and complete certainty in this. Don't worry, this is just for fun and I have zero intent of treating you licentiously." Li Qie's head remained on her high bosom with a relaxed look. Despite this suggestive pose, Li Qie still had a calm and natural air with no lustful thoughts. Qirong Wanxue didn't know how to reply. After a while, she asked, "Are you always so full of yourself? Do you not feel that you are too arrogant and outrageous? There are always those who tell me that." Li Qie answered with a smile, "But if I pretend to be humble, then I will either become a hypocrite or the most sacred sage throughout history. Unfortunately, I don't belong in either category. I have the power as well as the qualifications, so this is only to be expected of me. Of course, to others, I am full of hubris. A lot of confidence." Qirong Wanxue snappily said, "The 9 worlds is huge and has countless experts, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Being overconfident is not a good thing. That is for other people." Li Qie contentedly enjoyed his current situation and said, "The 9 heavens and 10 earths indeed have countless experts and invincible existences, but that does not affect me. I am Li Qie, that alone is enough." Qirong Wanxue was stunned for a while. "I am Li Qie, that alone is enough," such an ordinary phrase, but when uttered by Li Qie, it was painted with a domineering attitude that could reign over the 9 heavens and 10 earths throughout the eons. This sentence alone said it all. After a while, Chirong Wanshue calmed down to look at this young man lying in her bosom. His eyes were closed and he had a calm smile on his face. It was as if, to him, everything in the world right now was just like the gentle flow of a river. The stare lasted for a long while since Li Qie was an unsolved mystery that others would never tire of trying to figure out. Confident, calm, ordinary yet profound, these were his greatest charms. Just like the path towards the Grand Tao, they were both filled with temptation and attraction. She then slowly stroked his hair and caressed his face before slowly speaking, "Just who are you?" Li Qie's eyes remained closed and he only answered with a smile. He spent a lot of effort before finally pushing all 5 mountains to the middle of the desert. Once all 5 mountains joined together. Clack! The empty ground that was surrounded by the 5 mountains suddenly opened like a treasure box. Li Qie quickly took a look, but there was nothing inside. Unfortunately, that thing isn't here. He lamented with a disappointed sigh. Chirong Wanshue was also disappointed. She then remembered what Li Qie said before and curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" He clearly came to the desert for a certain something, so this piqued her curiosity. Just what kind of item could garner Li Qie's interest? "Do you really want to know?" Li Qie smiled at her and asked. "Come on and tell me." She glared at him with a mature charm that could swoon all beholders. "It is no big deal to let you know. The thing I'm searching for is the key to opening the prime ominous grave." The key to the prime ominous grave. Chirong Wanshue was shaken as she stared at Li Qie for a long time. It actually is really hard to find a teaser for this chapter. Chapter 436, Ghost River. Of course, Chirong Wanshue understood the significance of this key, but since time immemorial, the number of times this key had appeared could be counted on one's fingers. Amidst her astonishment, Li Qie gently raised her chin to close her cherry lips and said, "My chief Chirong, don't be so alarmed. Your saliva almost dripped onto me. I already believe that your ladylike looks are charming enough." Chirong Wanshue composed herself and then glared at Li Qie with flushed cheeks. She then said, "So the rumors about the key appearing at the Pentarealm Gate are true?" Li Qie smilingly said, "To be more exact, the key had once appeared in this place." But then he shook his head. "Unfortunately, the key is not here this time." Chirong Wanshue looked at the empty center and asked, "Was it here before?" Li Qie replied, "There is no set rule about where the key will appear. It could be said that there is a chance for any location in Necropolis. One needs great luck to obtain the key, not just anyone can find it. A few places indeed have higher chances for its appearance, but the possibilities remain very low." "How do you know that there are a few places with a certain chance?" Chirong Wanshue asked. "An outsider shouldn't know such a big secret." Li Qie explained, "This has a lot to do with Necropolis and its relationship with the prime ominous grave. Both have secrets that are not known to outsiders." "Then how do you know about it?" Chirong Wanshue emotionally asked. Even great powers wouldn't know such a thing, but Li Qie was privy to it as if it was written on the palm of his hand. "This is a secret." Li Qie looked at the mature woman before him and shook his head. "There are a few things you shouldn't know because it is not good for you." Chirong Wanshue was sensible enough to stop prying further. Instead, she said, "The prime ominous grave had not been opened by anyone for a long time. The chance of finding the key is minuscule and only a few people across the eons had been able to find it. Believe in me." Li Qie calmly said, "I will find the key. The prime ominous grave shall be opened in this generation even if I have to flip Necropolis over to find it." Chirong Wanshue was taken aback by this high-handed tone. Since the ages, how many young people would dare claim that they would flip Necropolis over? The many people who came here were very reluctant to antagonize Necropolis. "Where do we go now?" Chirong Wanshue looked at the young man and asked, "Do you want to try the other 4 passes? Although the other passes have treasures, they will absolutely not have the key. Li Chia shook his head and said, "We'll go somewhere else, perhaps the Ghost River, to test our luck." "The Ghost River?" Churong Wanshue movingly said, "That is a famous yet dangerous place in Necropolis. I heard that people die there every day." "Don't worry, I am here." Li Chia nonchalantly said, "Although the Ghost River is fierce, it is not able to take me." Churong Wanshue pondered for a moment, then handed all of her young night fish to Li Chia and said, "You decide. I believe that you will bring about a creation for us." There were a lot of dangerous locations at Necropolis that Churong Wanshue could not go to, like the Ghost River, so she handed her fish to Li Chia and let him decide. They then left the Penta Realm Gate and immediately went to the Ghost River. Just like Churong Wanshue had said, the Ghost River was indeed a dangerous place. They arrived to find a much smaller line compared to the Penta Realm Gate. The Ghost River was occupied by the Ghost Fate sect. In order to obtain the treasures in the Ghost River, people must pay the sect Yang Nightfish. The river was underground. Once someone entered a cave, they would find a ferry right before them with a deep river quietly flowing below it. Legend states that whoever dies inside Necropolis, whether by accident or willingly, would have their corpse sink into the Ghost River. Because of this, many people believe that this place was the gathering spot of evil spirits. The tale was about how the young emperor came to the Ghost River to test his luck and eventually obtained an unparalleled treasure. Because of this treasure, the emperor, who was but a vagrant ghost race cultivator, became an invincible immortal emperor for a generation. Because of the emperor's luck, later on, many powerful young cultivators were willing to risk their lives here at the Ghost River. Of course, many young people died here at the river each year since it was much more dangerous than the shifting mountain pass. There were only a dozen people here, so there was no need for a line. The two stood there, waiting at the ferry for a bit. Amongst a dozen young cultivators gazing upstream, a person suddenly shouted, "Another batch of ghost algae trunks is about to drift down." Everyone then looked upstream and confirmed that it was indeed the case. Each trunk had different shapes and sizes. The algae seemed to be like vines that intertwined like small snakes, causing others to feel a chill. The algae also emitted a black smoke that encompassed the group completely. Even heavenly gazes were not capable of seeing the things inside these trunks. Li Chia gazed at each trunk to see if there was one worthy of him taking action. Once a trunk floated near the ferry, someone immediately took the chance. 5 young cultivators soared out and tried to scoop up the trunk from the river. All 5 were powerful experts from the ghost race. They were as fast as lightning and they immediately picked the trunks that they wanted. Crash. However, once the trunks left the water's surface, waves began to form. Along with the sound of crashing water, several ferocious things rushed out from below the Ghost River. A huge snake formed by nether smoke coiled around the river and opened its mouth to bite. Another thing that resembled a tongue quickly pierced through the water's surface to catch a young cultivator. Then, a white skeletal hand stretched out towards another young person. Anyone who tried to take out these trunks from the river would be attacked by something fierce from beneath the surface. Some people said that these were the corpses below the river that would claim possession of all the items in the river, so naturally, they would attack anyone who tried to take their trunks. Chapter 437, Finding Treasures at the Ghost River, Ah. A miserable scream resounded as a young cultivator's chest was pierced by a white hand. Crash. His body was then dragged into the Ghost River by this skeletal hand. Die. Another cultivator let out a battle cry as he revealed his most powerful technique, causing waves to swell up. These 4 cultivators were prodigies of the ghost race. After utilizing their most powerful techniques, they were able to escape the attacks from these evil creatures and rushed out from the river. As each had their own trunk, they immediately paid the fish fee to the Ghost Fate sect. After doing so, they then took care of the ghost algae that surrounded the trunks. 2 young men obtained useless items. One of them got an old and tattered helmet while the other got a broken shield. They were both cast from the lowest ranking metals, not worth a coin. The other 2 were a bit luckier. One obtained an ancient metal with unknown usage, but its trace of divinity showed that it was a treasure. The last young man was the luckiest as he obtained a vermilion stone. It was around the size of a fist and dancing flames were on the surface as if a small fiery bird was about to fly out. He then noticed that Wuxia was the only one who didn't move, so he asked with a smile, "Human Junior, are you not afraid of me?" Wuxia looked at him and lightly replied, "I don't know you, so why should I be afraid of you?" Many young cultivators started to sweat in Wuxia's stead. If one offended Yi Sha, then they wouldn't know how they died before it was too late. Yi Sha looked at Wuxia and noticed his ordinary looks. He then thought that this made sense. He nodded his head and said, "I guess, an ant like you is probably not qualified to hear my name." Wuxia only smiled and didn't bother to care, nor did he glance at Yi Sha any longer. As for Yi Sha, a human junior was less than an insect, so Wuxia was not worthy for him to take action. Despite being so conceited, he really did have the strength to be like this. After standing by the ferry for one day, Yi Sha finally picked a batch of trunks floating down from the river. In just the blink of an eye, he entered the river with a gasp-inducing speed and took 4 trunks from the flow. 4 ferocious monsters also came out the moment Yi Sha dragged these 4 trunks out from the surface. Sporting a gloomy smirk, he was not afraid at all. He suddenly turned into 4 wisps of smoke and, with a slashing sound, a cold saber glint cut downward. Just a moment later, the 4 monsters were killed by Yi Sha as he landed safely on the ferry. He threw down the young nightfish, then disappeared. No one knew whether his trunks contained treasure or not. So strong. After his departure, the young cultivators finally became relieved and exclaimed. No one wanted to be close to an assassin, it was way too dangerous. He is indeed very strong. I heard that he recently assassinated the Demon King of the Iron Ox country. Rumor has it that the Demon King was a little sovereign, but he still died in Yi Sha's hands. A young cultivator recalled. The young cultivators present felt their hearts thumping fast. Even for geniuses, a little sovereign was still a very powerful existence, especially those from the previous generation. Yi Sha being able to assassinate a little sovereign spoke plenty of his might. Wuxia and Wanshua had been at the ferry for 21 days. On the 22nd day, a group of trunks floated down. Wuxia, who had been watching these trunks, suddenly put on a serious expression as his eyes narrowed due to a particular trunk. Chapter 442, Telling a Story. You are imp? A person asked with uncertainty after seeing this person who had just arrived. The man replied with a wide smile, "I guarantee that I am imp and imp is me." The young cultivators looked around at each other after seeing this man and felt quite confused. After hearing about the coffin-tapping imp's auction, many of them thought that the auctioneer would be a ghost inhabitant from Necropolis. This person did not match their imagination at all. This was an old man with a stout stature. His hair was completely white and he had a very long beard. His face was kind like that of a benevolent grandfather. No one would be able to put this old man and imp together. He was clearly just an ordinary kind old man. Many of them opened their heavenly gaze in order to see if this old man was a living being or a ghost, but no one could see through him. "Are you a man or a ghost?" Someone curiously asked. "That's a secret." Imp smiled in response. His mysterious nature caused the young cultivators present to be even more curious. Although the heavenly gaze couldn't discern whether he was alive or dead, no matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem to be a ghost. However, what was he if not a ghost? Cultivators from the previous generations would absolutely not enter Necropolis no matter how powerful they were unless they were tired of living. If the old man was alive, then why did he come to Necropolis? Anyone could tell that Necropolis was not affecting him. Those with dried up blood energy would be affected, especially older cultivators, but not imp. This made a lot of people have questions. Wanshua, who was seated next to Wuxia, quietly whispered, "Is he really a ghost?" In the beginning, she thought that imp would be a tiny, young ghost. She didn't expect for imp to be a kind, old man. Him? Li Chia looked at Imp and smiled, then he shook his head and said, this. I'm afraid no one knows. However, Chirong Wanshue believed that Li Chia had to know something more than he let out. Very well, no more talking, the auction begins now. The rule is very simple. There is no need for weapons or refined jades, and there is no need for young nightfish either. I will take out one item and anyone can trade with me as long as it is something that I like. Then, I will trade with that person. Everyone glanced at each other. What kind of auction was this? This was more like a simple trading post. Imp then took out a small coffin about the size of a box. It seemed to be carved from a piece of jade that exuded a cold air, something that was naturally formed by the heavens. Imp then gently opened the little coffin. A jade light illuminated the premises while a clear sound rang out as if a golden jewel was rolling around on a jade plate. Everyone then noticed that the little coffin contained a cocoon around the size of a fist. It was green like jade, very magical looking. Imp then spoke with a smile, this is the cocoon of a heavenly jade cicada. When it hatches, the heavenly jade cicada will come out. He then closed the little coffin and said, now, take out your treasures. Many people were quite perplexed. Some of them had never heard of a heavenly jade cicada, so there was no way they would take out their treasures to trade for it. However, a young cultivator that hailed from an ancient clan emotionally blurted, heavenly jade cicada, a legendary creature that lives in the ancient immortal ground. Upon hearing this, many people were instantly moved. Anyone who could enter an ancient immortal ground would obtain a miracle, a great fortune. Regardless of which of the 6 ancient immortal grounds it was, those who could enter one would surely benefit greatly. This heavenly jade cicada grew up in an ancient immortal ground, so how could it not shock the present spectators? A young cultivator took out a bell and said, I have a foreign Tao treasure named the Fallen Star Bell. However, before this youth could finish his sentence, Imp already grabbed him and threw him out of Midtown. I said I don't need weapons. Him effortlessly throwing that young cultivator out of Midtown caused many people to trem. Chirong Wanshue was panicking while Li Chia remained calm. Li Chia then slowly spoke, your information gathering is pretty fast. Yi Sha had just come back to the ferry in order to test his luck again, but after hearing that Li Chia's group found a treasure, he quickly gave chase. Ha ha ha, it seems that this treasure was meant for me. Yi Sha deviously smiled, I'll pay 3 young nightfish for the treasure in your hand. Chirong Wanshue's expression greatly soured. What kind of exchange was this? This was clearly robbery. Li Chia remained unperturbed and grinned, what if I don't want to sell? Yi Sha coldly glared at him, Human Junior, maybe you don't know who I am, but I'll give you some advice anyway. Be smart and sell it. At the very least, you will get 3 fish. If not, your corpses will be lost in the wilderness. You are right. Li Chia nodded his head in agreement, someone's corpse will definitely be lost in the wilderness, but it will be your corpse, not ours. Foolish thing, you're only making this hard for yourself. Yi Sha's eyes revealed a murderous glint as his expression darkened. Very well, I will just save 3 fish. It is not a small amount. Is that so? Li Chia responded with a relaxed air, be smart and hand over all of your treasures, or else I will flay your flesh piece by piece. You're courting death. Yi Sha angrily exclaimed. Today, a human junior dared to humiliate him and incited his murderous intent. Yi Sha wanted to attack, but suddenly, Buddhist chants appeared, Amitabha, O merciful Buddha. A monk descended from the sky and said, no wonder why the murderous air is so dense here. Benefactor Yi Sha, I am here. The moment Yi Sha saw this monk, his expression quickly changed. A dense fog surrounded him as he wanted to quickly escape. The monk didn't give chase and merely warned him with a smile, Benefactor Yi Sha, you can escape from the monk but not from the temple. However, Yi Sha didn't dare to stop. He ran quite a distance away as if he had seen his nemesis. In just a moment, Li Chia dashed forward and dragged out a trunk from the river. Crash! A skeletal scorpion flew out from the river with its extremely sharp tail stabbing at Li Qie with lightning speed. Li Qie smiled and met the skeleton as both of his hands grabbed onto its tail. Snap! Before the stinger could reach Li Qie, it had already been torn in half by him. Such strength! Many cultivators were shocked at how easy it was for Li Qie to subdue the skeleton. Chapter 439. Monk Daji is afraid of his wife. A bald monk with unique ordination markings on his head appeared. A string of large and round Buddhist beads hung by his neck as he stood there with his palms placed together. His amiable smiling face would fool others into thinking that he was an accomplished monk. Li Qie looked at the monk before him and shook his head to say, "Monk Daji." Monk Daji replied, "After the lost mythical island disappeared, a piece of news suddenly erupted in the distant cloud. A few people in the nether border saw a gigantic hand stretching out from the prime ominous grave, so many great powers came running over here. Now, many old men calculated that the grave will open in this generation, so a lot of people came here to add to the fun. This is the same with me." Li Qie was not too surprised about this news. Paper cannot wrap fire, so Chirong Wanshue's group were not the only ones who saw the gigantic hand. The eclipse, the disappearance of the island, and the gigantic hand were quite easy to link together. However, Li Qie speculated further than others and was one step ahead. Li Qie looked at the monk and said, "So you came to Necropolis to find the key as well?" The monk shook his head and answered, "It is not easy to obtain the key. The key is a great creation. To me, it doesn't matter who obtains the key because anyone can enter the prime ominous grave after it is opened. The only thing that matters is that the key owner will open the grave right after they obtain it." Well put. Li Qie smiled. However, he must obtain the key because, to him, the key was not simply just a method to open the grave. The monk then continued, "However, I heard about a certain something. There is an auction at Midtown called the Coffin Tapping Imp Auction. I wonder if you are interested in going together?" Li Qie's heart started to beat faster. He became serious and asked for confirmation. The coffin tapping imp? He remembered a particular existence that had not appeared for a long time. He even thought that this existence was dead. "Very well, I'm free anyway, so I might as well go and see." If it was truly the coffin tapping imp, then it was worth a trip. The group then proceeded towards Midtown. However, they didn't make it very far before a red cloud floating in the horizon flew towards them at an extremely swift speed. Monk Daji became shocked when he saw this red cloud and quickly told Li Qie, "Brotherly, something suddenly came up. I gotta go." With that, he escaped so fast that it seemed as if a plague was approaching. A fierce voice came from the horizon, "Jian Xian, I will capture you even if you run to the corners of the world." The red cloud in the horizon was actually a girl in a red outfit. With an extreme speed, she quickly chased after Monk Daji. Monk Daji didn't dare to linger even a bit longer and disappeared in the distance in just the blink of an eye. He looked like a mouse that had just seen a cat. So it turns out that he is afraid of his wife. Li Qie smiled and said after watching the fleeing monk. He also understood why the monk asked him for some wife-handling techniques. Chapter 440. Divine Spark. Prince Chirong Wanshue tilted her head while contemplating, then she suddenly exclaimed, "Jian Xian. Could he be the descendant of the Nether Crossing Swamp? I heard that he is a really amazing genius. So it turns out that he is a monk." Li Qie smiled in response, "Maybe. Perhaps the monk didn't just run to the soaring remembrance village to unravel the mystery of the village, it was to hide from someone as well." Chirong Wanshue recalled the monk's words and asked while looking at Li Qie, "Young noble has a fiancé?" Li Qie looked at this mature and alluring woman in a carefree manner and replied, "Why? Are you jealous?" Chirong Wanshue glared at him with frustration and snappily retorted, "Don't you feel that you are a bit too narcissistic? As if I would like you. Plus, your fiancé should be the one that's jealous, not me." Despite being angry, her charming elegance did not lessen at all. You don't have to worry about that. Li Qie smiled and continued, there has not been a woman that I could not deal with. If I wanted to marry you, there would be no such thing as jealousy. Churon Wanshua glared at him and retorted, has no one ever told you about your ego? Her mature charm juxtaposed her current coquettish and youthful attitude and made her even more alluring. People have mentioned it before. Li Qie slowly said, but this is not being egotistic, it is called strength. I, Li Qie, have never met anything that I couldn't deal with. Churon Wanshua had nothing else to say and could only gently sigh. Li Qie was correct about this. Midtown wasn't the real name of this particular location in Necropolis. However, because this city was located in the center, cultivators from the outside called it Midtown. It was a very old and lively city. Midtown could be said to be one of the biggest cities inside Necropolis. There was an ocean of people in this city consisting of both people and ghosts. The distinction between the two was blurred and people would eventually get accustomed to living together with ghosts. Moreover, they were not real ghosts but sentiments, so they easily got along with outside cultivators. The two of them entered Midtown and easily found out the location and time of the coffin-tapping imp auction. They discovered that it was taking place in the afternoon. Churon Wanshua curiously asked after entering Midtown, auctions take place in the city? I have never heard about it before. Although there were visiting cultivators all year round, the majority of them didn't want to stay for a long time at Necropolis. Even frequent visitors did not stay for long, so one can forget about establishing a sect or an auction house. The auction houses were just temporarily buildings. Despite visiting this place several times before, this was Churon Wanshua's first time hearing about an auction. Occasionally. Li Qie said, if it is an imp auction, then it will be amazing. It will be a very high-quality auction with great goods. Imp? Churon Wanshua curiously inquired, is it a Necropolis ghost? Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he answered, this. I'm afraid no one knows. Whether imp is a ghost or a regular being is a mystery. Some say that he is a ghost while others believe that he is just a normal existence. Churon Wanshua looked at Li Qie. She felt that he knew more about this matter but didn't want to reveal it, so she didn't pry any further. The coffin-tapping imp auction was taking place in an old courtyard in Midtown. However, rather than calling it a courtyard, it was more accurate to call it an abandoned yard. This was a big yet abandoned mansion. The house itself had collapsed a long time ago, leaving behind only a yard big enough to house 1,000 visitors. The two entered the premises around the time the auction began. A large crowd that nearly consisted entirely of cultivators from the outside gathered here. The news about the auction had been spread in the last few days by an unknown source. There had never been an auction organization at Necropolis, so the news of the coffin-tapping imp auction attracted many curious cultivators. Whether it was for the auction itself or just for the fun, many young cultivators came running here after hearing the news. Everyone was able to participate in this auction as it was without any restrictions. However, this auction did not truly resemble an authentic auction. There was no reception for participants, so everyone had to choose their own seat. Some sat on the ground while others hovered in the sky. Some even took out their treasure pavilions. Li Qie and Churon Wanshua noticed that several hundred people were already waiting in the yard, including Mo Lidao, the descendant of the Sky Devil Gate whom they met back at the Penta-Realm Gate. Mo Lidao's tall stature stood out amongst the crowd like a crane amongst chickens. In fact, his height was not his only exceptional characteristic, his identity and strength were quite notable as well. Many are disciples from the great powers. Seeing the young crowd, Churon Wanshua emotionally added, a lot of people came to Necropolis recently. Li Qie replied, there will be even more later on. If the world knew that the prime ominous grave was about to open, countless great powers and emperors' lineages in the sacred netherworld would come running. Anyone would feel an irresistible temptation for the grave, there was no exception. Churon Wanshua leered around a bit more and asked with surprise, why are there no inhabitants of Necropolis? Is this just limited to cultivators? This surprise auction only had visitors from the outside. Necropolis inhabitants and ghost cultivators from the sects in the city did not come. Li Chia stopped looking around and answered her question. If you are a ghost from Necropolis and know about imp, then you would not take part in this auction. Churon Wanshue heard the underlying tone in his words and asked, is imp that scary? Imp, Li Chia narrowed his eyes and continued, that depends on how you define the word scary. If you say that he is scary, then he is indeed very dreadful. However, if you say that he isn't scary, then he isn't scary at all. Churon Wanshue gave him a stern look and angrily retorted, just don't tell me then, keep on beating around the bush. He smiled in response, all in all, just don't try to find out imp's identity. Attempting to learn his identity is not a good thing for anyone, no matter who they may be. Li Chia's warning caused her heart to beat faster. Li Chia, who was always carefree about everything, was now being serious. She naturally understood that this matter was not ordinary. Ha ha ha. It seems that I am not late. Suddenly, a sepulchral voice appeared along with an amalgamation of smoke. Afterward, a person appeared. Yi Sha. Many young cultivators were alarmed when they saw this person and immediately retreated. Yi Sha enjoyed the fear from others and said with a devious smile, don't be so alarmed, I am not a man-eating monster. Despite saying this, his appearance was that of someone basking in the limelight. Yi Sha, don't gloat around here. An arrogant voice appeared, the southern distant cloud doesn't only have you as a hero. A young man led a group of disciples to this place. The flame burning on his body gave him a sacred aura as if he was the child of gods. Divine Spark Prince. Many young cultivators went to greet this person who just arrived. He was the prince of the Divine Spark country, the little brother of the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden. He brought along the Divine Spark disciples with an overbearing momentum that loomed over everyone else. Yi Sha looked at the prince and coldly smiled, so it is the Divine Spark Prince, excuse me. Yi Sha then added in an awe-inspiring manner, however, you are also showing off here. So? If you think that you can act arrogantly, then do so in front of my sister. These words were very domineering. Many cultivators on the sideline just watched and didn't dare to interfere. These blustering words caused Yi Sha's expression to change. He was very arrogant, but even an assassin like him was extremely wary of the Divine Spark Phoenix Maiden. Not only was the maiden an extremely powerful Heaven's proud daughter, it was also because of her fiancé, Dizwa. Anyone in the sacred netherworld would be very careful when talking about Dizwa, one of the three heroes. He was the descendant of the Myriad Bones throne, a terrifying sect that had 3 emperors. No matter how formidable one's talent was, they would not dare to oppose Dizwa in the sacred netherworld. Yi Sha could only restrain his anger. He was confident that his cultivation was not inferior to that of the Divine Spark Prince and was certain that he could assassinate him. But now, the prince had the upper hand in this vocal exchange. Divine Spark Prince, only one's own strength carries true significance. Yi Sha coldly proclaimed. He called out that the prince was only using his big sister's prestige to bully others. Chapter 441, Golden Prince. The Divine Spark Prince only sneered at Yi Sha's sarcastic remark and stared at him in disdain before saying, Yi Sha, the power of my Divine Spark country is enough to destroy you. Do you think that you can still escape like last time? He paused here then sneered, the reason why I'm not taking action against you is because my sister wants to do it herself. She will personally arrive this time, so you better prepare yourself. After being struck by the prince in his sore spot, Yi Sha's expression became very difficult to look at. This was his gravest threat, the possibility of the Divine Spark Divine Maiden maneuvering against him. More importantly, who would dare to oppose Sir Dizwa in the sacred netherworld? Many young cultivators shivered after hearing the prince's words. The arrival of the Phoenix Maiden was a huge deal. She was a famous Heaven's proud daughter of the southern distant cloud, someone with exceedingly high talents and a powerful cultivation. What was more astonishing was that her fiancé was the dreadful Dizwa. Mo Lidao, the descendant of the Sky Devil Gate, came out to smooth things over. Ah, Prince and brother Yi Sha. Yi Sha indeed has many offenses, but Prince and the Phoenix Maiden are benevolent like the vast sea. We ordinary people naturally cannot compare to you both. Yi Sha should be apologizing to the Divine Spark Country. What do you think, brother Yi Sha? The Divine Spark Country, the Sky Devil Gate, and the Nightwalker sect were all great powers in the southern distant cloud. Mo Lidao had good relations with both the Divine Spark Prince and Yi Sha, so it was understandable that he would play the role of a mediator at this moment. Yi Sha was indeed in the wrong this time. Another voice appeared. With some clicking sounds, another person entered the ancient yard. This person garnered quite a bit of attention because it was more accurate to refer to him as a skeleton rather than a person. It was a walking golden skeleton without any flesh. He was simply bones. Standing there was a complete skeleton seemingly crafted from pure gold, extremely fortified. In its eye sockets were burning golden flames as if it was his soul or pupils. Golden child. Many people exclaimed after seeing the arrival of this golden skeleton. A member of the 100 Bones sacred tribe. Chiron Wanshue, who was standing next to Li Chia, was also surprised to see this person. The 100 Bones sacred tribe was an extremely powerful ghost tribe at the eastern nether border. They were born with only bones and no flesh, unlike the other ghost tribes. With its very unique characteristics, this tribe was a major branch of the ghost race. Their greatest characteristic was their extremely fortified bones that were capable of blocking attacks from life treasures. The stronger the disciple was in this tribe, the deeper the color of their bones. For example, the bones of the descendant of the 100 Bones sacred tribe, Golden Child, were of a golden color and he had soul flames in his eyes. This meant that his cultivation was very formidable. Golden Child went closer to Yi Sha and said, Yi Sha, you should apologize to the Divine Spark Prince. He is a very compassionate man, so he will surely let go of this matter. Golden Child's words made it hard for Yi Sha to act. Despite being a very powerful assassin, existences like Golden Child and the Phoenix Maiden weren't people he could mess with. Golden Child was very powerful. Rumor has it that his bones could withstand an attack from a heavenly king true treasure. Even other heavenly kings could not proudly pat their chest and proclaim that their bodies could withstand such an attack. Golden Prince's cultivation was far from this level, but he was capable of blocking such an attack, indicating the hardness of his bones. Mo Lidao also tried to mediate. Brother Yi Sha, the knot of a feud should be let loose instead of tightened. Everyone should take a step back and bask in the vastness of the sky and ocean. Yi Sha was tempted by Golden Child and Mo Lidao's intermediation. Apologizing is not hard, you just have to personally bow your head to my sister. The Divine Spark Prince lightly smirked and arrogantly spoke. Despite Yi Sha losing some face from this, it was fortunate that the Divine Spark Prince didn't keep going. Golden Child then politely greeted the Divine Spark Prince. Divine Spark Prince, I heard that the Phoenix Maiden will come. I wonder if Dizwa will be there as well. Regarding fame, status, and power, the Divine Spark Prince was not qualified for such a polite gesture from Golden Child. The 100 Bones sacred tribe was a major branch and was much more powerful than the Divine Spark Country. The reason for this politeness along with persuading Yi Sha to apologize was to form a connection with Dizwa of the Myriad Bones throne. In the end, Dizwa's prestige was like thunder in the sacred nether world, causing all young cultivators to tremble. Coming from the Myriad Bones throne was already notable enough, but being the descendant of a sect with 3 emperors guaranteed his extraordinariness. This was the reason why when people talked about Dizwa, they would add the word, Sir, to clearly show his status. If the prime ominous grave opens, then my brother-in-law will come. He is the only person qualified to possess the immortal technique for immortality. The Divine Spark Prince proudly said. He was indeed always full of pride and arrogance when talking about his brother-in-law, who was the most famous youth in the current sacred nether world. After all, this was the person people thought was most likely to become an immortal emperor. Sir Dizwa will come in person. Many people gasped and no one dared to call the prince out for his arrogance. To many people, having a brother-in-law like Dizwa was indeed something to be proud of. The prince was indeed too arrogant and put no one in his sight, but Dizwa was enough to shut up all the other geniuses. If there was really a method for immortality in the prime ominous grave, then Dizwa was a qualified candidate for it. If Sir Dizwa comes himself, then I will definitely go greet him to hear about his grand Tao. Golden Child followed with a smile. Golden Child was not a weakling. There were rumors stating that he had entered the heavenly sovereign realm. He was much stronger than Yi Sha or Mo Li Dao. However, his modesty right now was illustrative of Dizwa's strength and notoriety. I will definitely let Brother Golden know after my brother-in-law arrives. The Divine Spark Prince replied with a smile as well. Many people glanced at each other and quietly discussed Dizwa's arrival. Others were also talking about whether the prime ominous grave would open or not. Will it really open? A young person itched from the excitement about the grave. Others were dejected and someone lamented with a sigh, Dizwa's personal arrival will outshine so many people. This made a lot of sense since many people would retreat before his sight, not daring to compete. While others were talking, Li Qia and Chirong Wanshue sat in a corner and meditated while waiting for Imp's arrival. Yi Sha is staring at us. After a while, Chirong Wanshue whispered. At this point, Yi Sha's gloomy eyes were fixated on the two of them. These eyes were filled with murderous intent. Before this, Yi Sha had already wanted to kill the two to steal their treasure, but he was interrupted by Monk Daji. This chance meeting incited Yi Sha's murderous intent, but there were too many people here and he didn't want to recklessly make a move. Li Qia still had his eyes closed after hearing Chirong Wanshue. Without batting an eye, he then slowly said, "Ignore the fly. If he wants to die, then I'll gladly help him." Chirong Wanshue stayed silent. She didn't question Li Qia's confidence, but it would be troublesome if Yi Sha were to hear it. Coming from a small tribe, as the chief, she more often than not chose to retreat. She was very different from the fierce Li Qia who put no one in his sight. The sky became darker as more people came to participate in the auction. Among them were many disciples from the great powers. Some of their descendants even came. They arrived and sat in the corners in the courtyard, waiting for the auction to start. Once night fell, a person suddenly appeared in the middle of the courtyard. No one saw how he got there. It was as if he had always been there. This sudden appearance shocked a lot of people as everyone stared at him. The person smiled and declared, "Friends, I am very happy to see all of you coming to participate in the coffin tapping imps auction. We won't waste time, the coffin tapping will begin now." Don't really have too much for a teaser in this chapter, and I didn't feel like doing a text version, so have a picture of Li Qia. Chapter 442, Telling a Story, You are Imp? A person asked with uncertainty after seeing this person who had just arrived. The man replied with a wide smile, "I guarantee that I am Imp and Imp is me." The young cultivators looked around at each other after seeing this man and felt quite confused. After hearing about the coffin-tapping imps auction, many of them thought that the auctioneer would be a ghost inhabitant from Necropolis. This person did not match their imagination at all. This was an old man with a stout stature. His hair was completely white and he had a very long beard. His face was kind like that of a benevolent grandfather. No one would be able to put this old man and imp together. He was clearly just an ordinary kind old man. Many of them opened their heavenly gaze in order to see if this old man was a living being or a ghost, but no one could see through him. "Are you a man or a ghost?" Someone curiously asked. "That's a secret." Imp smiled in response. His mysterious nature caused the young cultivators present to be even more curious. Although the heavenly gaze couldn't discern whether he was alive or dead, no matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem to be a ghost. However, what was he if not a ghost? Cultivators from the previous generations would absolutely not enter Necropolis no matter how powerful they were unless they were tired of living. If the old man was alive, then why did he come to Necropolis? Anyone could tell that Necropolis was not affecting him. Those with dried up blood energy would be affected, especially older cultivators, but not Imp. This made a lot of people have questions. Chiron Wanshua, who was seated next to Li Chia, quietly whispered, "Is he really a ghost?" In the beginning, she thought that Imp would be a tiny, young ghost. She didn't expect for Imp to be a kind, old man. Him? Li Chia looked at Imp and smiled, then he shook his head and said, "This. I'm afraid no one knows." However, Chiron Wanshua believed that Li Chia had to know something more than he let out. "Very well, no more talking, the auction begins now. The rule is very simple. There is no need for weapons or refined jades, and there is no need for young nightfish either. I will take out one item and anyone can trade with me as long as it is something that I like. Then, I will trade with that person." Everyone glanced at each other. What kind of auction was this? This was more like a simple trading post. Imp then took out a small coffin about the size of a box. It seemed to be carved from a piece of jade that exuded a cold air, something that was naturally formed by the heavens. Imp then gently opened the little coffin. A jade light illuminated the premises while a clear sound rang out as if a golden jewel was rolling around on a jade plate. Everyone then noticed that the little coffin contained a cocoon around the size of a fist. It was green like jade, very magical looking. Imp then spoke with a smile, "This is the cocoon of a heavenly jade cicada. When it hatches, the heavenly jade cicada will come out." He then closed the little coffin and said, "Now, take out your treasures." Many people were quite perplexed. Some of them had never heard of a heavenly jade cicada, so there was no way they would take out their treasures to trade for it. However, a young cultivator that hailed from an ancient clan emotionally blurted, "Heavenly jade cicada, a legendary creature that lives in the ancient immortal ground." Upon hearing this, many people were instantly moved. Anyone who could enter an ancient immortal ground would obtain a miracle, a great fortune. Regardless of which of the 6 ancient immortal grounds it was, those who could enter one would surely benefit greatly. This heavenly jade cicada grew up in an ancient immortal ground, so how could it not shock the present spectators? A young cultivator took out a bell and said, "I have a foreign Tao treasure named the Fallen Star Bell." However, before this youth could finish his sentence, Imp already grabbed him and threw him out of Midtown. "I said I don't need weapons." Him effortlessly throwing that young cultivator out of Midtown caused many people to tremble, for they knew that he was unfathomable. Another youth took out a treasure box and said, "I have a gem to trade." The box exuded waves of divine lights. The youth showed it to Imp and then immediately closed the lid so that others would not see the gem inside. Imp took a glance before shaking his head and saying, "No need. I have an ancient bone." Golden Child from the 100 Bones sacred tribe took out a bone around the size of a palm. It was a skull that was entirely black. The moment he took it out, shrill ghostly screams resounded, sending chills to the listeners. A bit interesting. Imp looked at the old bone and nodded his head approvingly. Golden Child couldn't help but become happy. He had a chance of exchanging this for the heavenly jade cicada from Imp. "How about I tell you a story?" At this time, Li Chia slowly spoke. Chiron Wanshua was startled and felt that this was a bit too much. Others were using treasures to barter, but Li Chia was going to tell a story? After seeing that Li Chia was part of the human race, Golden Child snorted and said, "Humph. If you don't have any treasures, then don't cause trouble. Stand to the side." "Sure." Imp quickly nodded his head and said, "But you have to be careful. If you tell a randomly made-up story, then I'll throw you out. Of course, if I like the story, then the heavenly jade cicada will belong to you." Everyone was in disbelief. Telling a story to trade for a treasure, this was too outrageous. They had never seen such a thing before. Li Chia smiled and said, "You can rest assured that this is a good story." He then cleared his throat and spoke, "A very long time ago, there was a crow that could speak. An even longer time before then, there was a person named Gongyang from the underworld. One day, the crow met Gongyang and said, 'There is a place named the Immortal Grotto with an immortal presiding within. This immortal had everlasting life. Moreover, this immortal was growing an immortal grass. If one ate this immortal grass, then they would also have everlasting life. Having listened to this point, the divine Spark Prince sneered, "What kind of story is this? Nonsense, shut up." Imp, who was lost in the story, interrupted the divine Spark Prince. The prince obediently kept his mouth shut. However, it was very difficult to obtain this immortal grass from the immortal. The crow told Gongyang that it had come up with a method for him to take this grass, as long as Gongyang followed its instructions. Gongyang truly believed the crow's words. Li Qie slowly told this very boring tale. Many people started to fall asleep and had no desire to listen any further. This was such a silly tale, not even children would want to hear it. To cultivators like them, magical things happened every day, so such an absurd and boring story like this was a waste of time. Churong Wanshue also felt that this tale was not good. Any legend about an immortal emperor would have been much better. A story like this could only coax the children of the mortal worlds, not cultivators like them. Gongyang followed the crow's proposal and went to meet the immortal to find the immortal grass root. Gongyang then asked the immortal for the immortal grass, but the immortal, Li Qie, temporarily paused at this point. And then what? Compared to the other bored listeners, Imp excitedly listened. Many people were quite confused as to why he was enjoying such a silly tale. And then Gongyang's clan faced genocide. Li Qie smiled and finished. The first to be speechless was Churong Wanshue, who was sitting next to Li Qie. What kind of story was this? A completely incoherent story suddenly ended with clan extermination. How silly was this? Bullshit ramblings, completely disjointed. Some people thought that Li Qie's story was too abrupt. Although the beginning was very boring and dull, at least it was still organized. The sudden blurt at the end ruined the story completely, with Gongyang's clan getting exterminated. It was just a complete mess of a story. However, Imp closed his eyes and mumbled while nodding his head. No one knew what he was murmuring. Good story, amazing, truly amazing, a miracle across the ages, unique in this world. After a while, Imp praised and emotionally clapped. Everyone became dumbfounded at such praises, including Churong Wanshue. This had gone too far. How could such a cluttered and disjointed story that was told in a completely incoherent manner be praised like this? This little coffin is yours. Imp seemed to be very excited and threw the jade coffin that contained the heavenly jade cicada to Li Qie. Chapter 443. Not everyone is a storyteller. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Such a mess of a story was able to be traded for a treasure? Simply too unbelievable. Churong Wanshue also found this hard to believe. Everyone else would think the same if they were told of this event. For you. Li Qie placed the jade coffin into Churong Wanshue's hand. Only then did she become certain that this was not just a dream. This, Churong Wanshue was sent into a daze. Li Qie gave another precious treasure to her. Li Qie jokingly added, "Don't misunderstand, this is not a token of affection." Churong Wanshue was very reserved but also touched. Although he made it a joke, Churong Wanshue still found the gesture to be warm and sweet. Okay, this auction consists of a total of 9 coffins. This is the second one, a silver coffin. Imp continued with a smile, "This is good stuff, especially for the ghost race. Night Soul Aqua, ghost tribe cultivators who use this water would surely be able to strengthen their true fate." Imp opened the silver coffin. Inside was a pale greenish water that exuded nether energy. The ghost race cultivators felt this atmosphere and noticed that their true fate was becoming even more spirited. It made them realize that this Night Soul Aqua was an extremely beneficial and sacred water to the ghost race. "I want to tell a story, I want to tell a story." People began to compete for the chance to tell a story. Li Qie only smiled before he closed his eyes. The Night Soul Aqua had no use to him. Imp randomly pointed at a young cultivator and said, "Okay, you try." The youth chosen by Imp was ecstatic. He cleared his throat in preparation and began, "There was once a child who fell into an immortal grotto. There was an immortal grass growing inside this grotto. Nonsense. He only said a few words before he got flung out of Midtown by Imp. I have a story, I have one. Others did not give up. They raised their hands and loudly shouted. Imp then randomly picked another person. This person cheerfully began. During the desolate era, a golden phoenix appeared in the sacred netherworld. On its back was an immortal citadel. Nonsense. The youth's story was quite wonderful, but he didn't get too far before being thrown out of Midtown by Imp. A dozen stories followed suit, some were very well told, but all of them were flung away regardless. Chirong Wanshue had a hard time containing her excitement while holding the jade coffin. She listened to all of the stories so far and found it very strange. Some of the tales were colorful. One was even comparable to immortal emperor legends, but all the storytellers were thrown out by Imp. In fact, she was not the only one since many others were confused as well. Why was Imp so unreceptive towards these other tales? Young noble, why was Imp interested in your story? The perplexed Chirong Wanshue whispered softly in Li Qia's ear. Li Qia looked at her and smilingly replied, the crux of the matter is not the story itself but the information contained within. It has to be valuable and useful. Useful and valuable information? Chirong Wanshue uttered in surprise. She didn't feel that her young noble's story contained any valuable information at all. This is not something you guys can understand. Li Qia said with a smile, if one does not know the immemorial past and the immortal demon, then how could they know about the thing hidden in the tale? Chirong Wanshue then recalled the story told by her young noble. If he said so, then this story must be hiding a big secret, but she didn't feel anything too amazing about this particular story. Don't worry about it, you lack the necessary experience to understand. Li Qia said with a smile. Chirong Wanshue softly sighed and gave up on the matter. Just like Li Qia had said, understanding the essence of the story was beyond her means. After dozens of people were thrown out, the participants began to understand that storytelling wouldn't do, and so they started to take out items to trade. Eventually, the second coffin was traded to a young cultivator from an ancient clan for an old calligraphy painting. Many people found Imp's preferences to be very strange. Other cultivators would consider merit laws as number 1 and treasure number 2. Stuff like calligraphy paintings had no real use and was not worth a coin, but Imp just had to love these kinds of things. Many young cultivators were full of regrets. If they knew that Imp liked these strange stuff, then they would have bought a bunch in the mortal world. Since these calligraphy paintings were not worth anything at all, they could buy as many as they wanted. While others felt that the painting was worthless, Li Qia opened his eyes and quietly praised, a good item. What is it? Chirong Wanshue also couldn't see how this painting was useful. To ordinary people, this was art, but art was useless to cultivators. Cultivators simply aimed for power. Li Qia smiled and explained, this is something from an ancient dynasty. The average person will not be able to see through its profoundness. It contains a few things worth desiring. Li Qia didn't reveal the entire secret, but Chirong Wanshue now knew that this painting was not so simple. She wondered why Li Qia knew so many things. It was as if he was privy to many secrets. And as if he knew what she was thinking, he continued, because I read a lot. This is why I know so many things. Chirong Wanshue gave him a glance full of doubt. If everything in this world was written down, then there would be no secrets. Imp continued to auction off 6 more coffins, including a golden coffin and divine wood coffins with all kinds of things inside, such as treasures and strange items that no one knew about. The items that he wanted were also very special. Items that belonged to the great powers were not to his liking. During the auction, Golden Child and the Divine Spark Prince took out treasures from their sects, but they were all declined. People found that Imp liked items that were excavated from necropolis. Including the jade coffin won by Li Qia, Imp had auctioned off 7 items. Amongst the 6 coffins, for successful trades included 4 items found in necropolis. The young cultivators then understood that Imp was looking for certain things in necropolis, so they acted accordingly when presenting their possessions. The last 2 coffins are truly amazing. They're very rare in this world. After the 7th coffin was auctioned, Imp smiled and then kindly said, as long as you obtain one of these 2 treasures, then on the day that you understand them, you will be free to do as you please with their usefulness. The young ones became very lively after hearing this. The previous 7 coffins all contained incredible items, and now only 2 were left. It seemed that the last 2 were even better than the previous 7. He even said that they were very rare in this world, so they had to be extremely wondrous. At this point, Imp slowly took out a bronze coffin. This bronze coffin was very large. It was twice the size of an ordinary coffin and it contained something huge inside. Imp slightly tapped it and then narrowed his eyes before speaking with a grin, "Now, let me see your items. If I see something that I like, then this coffin will belong to you. Why don't you open the coffin so that everyone can take a look?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Imp cheerfully replied, "There is no rush, my item is definitely something good. Wait until I look at your offers first. I can open the coffin later." Having heard this, people quickly took out their items so that they wouldn't lag behind. I have a green ivory stone found inside the Pentarealm gate. A young cultivator took out his item and introduced it to Imp. I have a profound river lock. This was inside a ghost algae trunk at the ghost river. People hurriedly took out their items. Meanwhile, Imp was looking at the thing the divine spark prince took out. The prince noticed that Imp was interested in his item, so he energetically recommended, "I obtained this in Necropolis." When it was unearthed, a scintillating nether light shot everywhere. Although I don't know what kind of treasure it is definitely one of kind. Kind of interesting. Imp glanced at the prince's item and nodded his head. Golden Child took out a gray eye and said, "This is an ancient eye left behind by a wise sage from my tribe. Its origin is unclear, but it is surely wondrous." "Yes, that is indeed very rare." Imp looked at the eye and nodded approvingly. Chapter 444, Heaven's Sealing Pentagate. While Imp was looking at all the items presented, Li Chia was gazing at the bronze coffin. The moment Imp took it out, Li Chia focused his gaze upon it as a profound light flashed from the depths of his eyes, seemingly wanting to see what was inside the coffin. He looked at the coffin meticulously without missing a single detail. He did so again and again. Imp finally got through everyone's items. There were only 2 that he was slightly interested in. One belonged to the Divine Spark Prince and the other was Golden Child's eye. The prince and the Golden Child were secretly happy since their chances were very high. You guys don't have many good things." Little Imp looked at the item from the prince again. He was a bit tempted, but not by much. After all, the item in the bronze coffin was very valuable. The prince was ecstatic. If Imp wished to trade, then he was the most promising client. "If Senior doesn't mind, I can take out a few more things from Necropolis," the Divine Spark Prince hastily added. "It'll depend on what they are." Imp nodded. "Would you like to make a bet?" However, before the prince could take out his items, Li Chia suddenly spoke to Imp. The prince was not pleased, so he coldly spoke, "Human Jr., scram to the side. Do you not see that I'm doing business with Senior?" Li Chia ignored the prince and continued on, "This junk is not worth mentioning. Don't you feel that this transaction is quite unfair for you? How about we make a bet? I'm sure that you will be satisfied." Li Chia's words not only offended the prince, but even Golden Child's group. He suddenly became public enemy number 1. The eyes of Golden Child and the Divine Spark Prince became sharp. Golden Child then coldly smiled and said, "A human ant still dares to act so presumptuously?" A murderous glint appeared in the Divine Spark Prince's eyes as he coldly uttered, "Wait until I'm done trading with Senior before speaking, do not bother us." Naturally, the prince wanted the bronze coffin really badly, and clearly, Imp was a bit inclined to trade it to him. At such an important moment, Li Chia suddenly decided to interfere, so how could the prince not become outraged? Li Chia ignored them and asked Imp again, "Will you bet or not?" Imp stared at Li Chia while gesturing for everyone else to quiet down. The enraged prince's urge to kill rose higher and higher. The common proverb was right, cutting someone's road to riches was the same as killing their parents. What kind of bet? Imp said with great interest. He was indeed tempted by the divine spark prince's item, but he also thought that it wasn't valuable enough alone. Li Chia continued with a smile, I will guess what is in your coffin. If I am correct, then the coffin will belong to me. If I'm wrong, then I will compensate you with an item. Humph. What kind of treasure can a human junior possibly have? Don't waste senior's time. The divine spark prince sneered, Senior, I still have several other good items that were taken from Necropolis, how about you take a look? Imp waved his sleeve, signaling for the prince to shut up. This caused him to become very angry and he wished to kill Li Chia on the spot. A meal was right in front of him, yet it flew away. He took a deep breath and then looked at Li Chia. One must be able to concede elegantly. The bronze coffin belongs to you. Although he was unwilling, he still went out in style. Thank you. Li Chia smiled and took the bronze coffin away. He didn't expect to see it here, the heavens sealing pentagate, what an old legend. Everyone wanted to see the thing inside, but Li Chia didn't look like he was going to open it since he had already put it away. Many people gritted their teeth with hostility while gazing at Li Chia. Although they had never heard of the name, Heaven's Sealing Pentagate, the fact that it once sealed a realm meant that it must be something incredible. Imp heaved out a sigh. He was very dejected at not being able to obtain the myriad star water. Very well, this will be the last item for auction. Imp then gravely said, the last coffin is absolutely worth the most precious item in your entire life. Take out the things you found in Necropolis. This time, Imp bluntly said that he wanted Necropolis items. This was his initial goal. Everyone took out their items from Necropolis without any hesitation. In just a split second, colorful treasures appeared and displayed their multifaceted lights. This is the last coffin. Imp took out the final item. This was a small wooden coffin that was not eye-catching at all. It was around the size of one's palm and was of a purple color. Despite its humble size, it was a delicate work of art. Runes were carved atop of it, but rather than being hand-carved, they felt natural as if they had always been there. Everyone was disappointed to see this small wooden coffin as the final item. They all assumed that the last item would, at the very least, be contained in a treasure coffin and not such an ordinary wooden coffin. Don't judge it based on its external appearance. Imp slowly said, even if all of you took out all the things in Necropolis, it still might not be enough to trade for my small coffin. The 8 treasures prior to this were already wondrous, so Imp's sentence just now woke everyone up to this small wooden coffin's greatness. Senior, please have a look, this is everything I obtained from Necropolis. The divine spark prince quickly took out all of his items. No, there is more than just this. The prince then told the disciples by his side to take out everything they had and displayed them in front of Imp. He then went on to say, Senior, this is everything I have. As long as you are willing, they will all be yours. While Imp was looking at all the items presented, Li Chia was gazing at the bronze coffin. The moment Imp took it out, Li Chia focused his gaze upon it as a profound light flashed from the depths of his eyes, seemingly wanting to see what was inside the coffin. He looked at the coffin meticulously without missing a single detail. He did so again and again. Imp finally got through everyone's items. There were only 2 that he was slightly interested in. One belonged to the divine spark prince and the other was Golden Child's eye. The prince and Golden Child were secretly happy since their chances were very high. Chapter 445, Mysterious Little Coffin. Golden Child's group also took out all their items from Necropolis, but they didn't have as many as the divine spark prince. This was because the divine spark prince brought many divine spark disciples and had been here for a very long time to catch a lot of fish to trade with. Li Chia's expression changed after seeing Imp take out the little wooden coffin and said, How did this thing fall into your hands? Li Chia glared at the coffin and was certain of its authenticity. Fate. Imp looked at Li Chia and hurriedly said with a smile, Do you want it? Do you want to trade? For the thing in your bottle. Li Chia gently shook his head and said, you should know that I won't exchange the item in my bottle, but I must have this wooden coffin. Humph. How many treasures from Necropolis can you possibly have? The prince grunted and coldly said, do you have enough to trade for Senior's little coffin? It was no surprise that the prince was livid. Amongst the group, he had the most treasures from Necropolis, while Imp wanted exactly this. In this crowd, he had the highest chance of getting the wooden coffin, but now, Li Chia wanted to interfere once again. His last trade was already ruined by Li Chia, and now the fellow was joining in once again. The prince almost went insane from anger. He wanted to kill this foolish thing right away. Li Chia ignored the prince and told Imp, although I cannot trade that item with you, I have something else that you would surely want. Li Chia then gave another treasure box to Imp. Imp opened the box and a bright golden brilliance appeared. He was astonished and quickly closed the box before he calmed himself down. This is indeed one of the things that I want. Imp then handed the little wooden coffin to Li Chia and said, this belongs to you as well. No one knew what was inside Li Chia's box that could move Imp to this extent. Of course Imp would be tempted. That box contained the world tree's young leaf, the very last one. Something like this was basically extinct in this world. Only Li Chia, alone, had one. Imp really wanted it so naturally he was happy to make this trade. May we meet again if fate allows. Imp took Li Chia's box and left instantly. Li Chia watched Imp's departure while gently touching this ancient coffin and sighed. This item finally came into being, who would have guessed? On the other hand, Chirong Wanshue was wondering about the item inside the coffin that warranted such solemnness from her young noble. Despite their short stay together, she knew that not many things could move him. Li Chia could casually give her the immortal moon margin, but this ordinary wooden coffin made him extremely serious. Just what was inside? After Imp left, the party was officially over, so everyone went on their separate ways, including the group of Golden Child. When Yi Sha was leaving, he gave a devious smile towards Li Chia and Chirong Wanshue. He would not make a move at this location. Boy, watch yourself. The Divine Spark Prince glared at Li Chia and snorted. There was another person who gave Li Chia special attention before leaving, Mo Lidao. He stood pretty far away from Li Chia while watching him with a frightening stare. He then smirked and left as well. Chirong Wanshue could feel this special atmosphere. Although no one had taken action, she could feel the underlying current moving against them. I'm afraid someone will act against us for the treasures. We should leave Midtown during the night. Maybe we will be able to lose them. Leave? Li Chia smiled and replied in a laid-back manner, why do we need to leave? If some people wish to die, it is a good thing. Chirong Wanshue could only smile. If her young noble said so, then she was not in the position to advise him further. She remained even more vigilant since she was not a match for Yi Sha or the Divine Spark Prince's group. Not only did Li Chia not leave, he also stayed at an inn in Midtown. Of course, the inns at Necropolis were operated by sentiments. It took a little courage to stay in such an inn, but the benefits included being able to find out some information from these ghosts. New arrivals who wanted to find places or the situations of the fierce grounds would find it very appropriate to ask these ghosts. Why are we staying here? Chirong Wanshue asked. Not many outsiders would stay at these inns. The majority of them carried mobile mansions or pavilions so they could camp just about anywhere. We will stay here for a few days. Li Chia answered with a smile. Since we are at Midtown, I have to look for someone, no, a ghost. I wonder if he is in Midtown or not. Inside were 5 bronze doors that were placed on top of each other. The 5 doors were of the same size, and when they lined up with each other, they would make a huge gate. Each of the doors had different patterns engraved on them, and many runic outlines were around them. Chirong Wanshue didn't understand these patterns and runes, but as she was staring at it, she was sent into a daze. She felt that an ancient portal was opening and was sucking in her soul. Right when she felt her soul leave her body, Li Qie covered her eyes and muttered in her ear, "Don't look for too long." Li Qie's voice was like thunder and it immediately woke up Qirong Wanxue. She shivered as her soul returned to her body. With her strength sapped from her body, she limply collapsed into the arms of Li Qie. It took her some time to calm down before asking while still being somewhat in shock, "Just, what kind of life treasure is this?" Li Qie replied with a smile, "To be more exact, it is not a life treasure. You can think of it as a foreign Tao treasure." She recalled the feeling of her soul leaving her body, aghast. She then couldn't help but ask, "How is the power of this treasure? Is it comparable to an emperor's life treasure or emperor's true treasure?" Li Qie smiled then shook his head gently in response, "It is difficult to gauge. It depends on the situation. If used correctly, then it is quite invincible. The heaven's sealing pentagate had once sealed an entire realm. Of course, it is not easy to exert its ultimate power, not just anyone can perform such a feat." Golden Child's group also took out all their items from Necropolis, but they didn't have as many as the Divine Spark Prince. This was because the Divine Spark Prince brought many Divine Spark disciples and had been here for a very long time to catch a lot of fish to trade with. Li Qie's expression changed after seeing Imp take out the little wooden coffin and said, "How did this thing fall into your hands?" Li Qie glared at the coffin and was certain of its authenticity. "Fate." Imp looked at Li Qie and hurriedly said with a smile, "Do you want it? Do you want to trade? For the thing in your bottle." Chapter 446, Distant Legend. Did an immortal emperor leave behind this treasure? Qirong Wanxue emotionally asked. A treasure capable of sealing an entire realm, truly frightening and untouchable. It was absolutely comparable to an immortal emperor true treasure. No. Li Qie shook his head and replied, "It's not something left behind by an immortal emperor. At the very least, no one in this world knows who left behind this heaven sealing pentagate. Its origin dates back to a very ancient era, perhaps the legendary era or even before that." "No way." Qirong Wanxue gaspingly replied, "The legendary era is just a rumor and isn't real. How could there be an era even older than the legendary era? The inhabitants of the 9 worlds believe that there were 4 eras in the following order: the Desolate Era, the Desolate Expansion Era, the Ancient Ming Era, and the Emperor's Era. The Emperor's Era lasted until just recently when people determined that it ended with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. The reason was very simple. It was due to the battle between the Black Dragon King and the Emperor. The Dragon King tearing apart the heavens will cause the 9 worlds to fall into the difficult Tao era, but some still believed that the Emperor's era was still ongoing since the difficult Tao era was too short and couldn't be considered an era of its own. In fact, the only era with complete records was the Emperor's era. Although the ancient Ming era still had many written records and they were quite complete as well, there were still gaps in this era. There were events that had forever become secrets unknown to future generations. Now, when it came to the Desolate Expansion era, documents became scarce. This was the era where the races in the 9 worlds established their foundation with designated locations chosen by the respective wise sages. For example, whether the human race originated from the mortal emperor world or not, this was hard to say. However, the only certainty was that humans took root at this world during the Desolate Expansion era, and it became the ancestral ground for them. The Desolate era was even more distant and arduous to trace. The races in the 9 worlds were quite weak at that time and there were very few written records. This was the reason why most believed that the Desolate era was the most ancient time period. There was another era before the Desolace era, and it was called the Legendary era. There were no written annals about this era, only a few incomplete legends. Future descendants could not confirm whether this era had actually existed or if it was only a legend. And now, Li Qie was talking about an era that predates even the legendary era. How could this not shock Qirong Wanxue? The legendary era was but hearsay, so what kind of era was before this one? It exists. Li Qie nonchalantly said, but there are a few untraceable events because it happened too long ago, so they became mere myths instead. However, as long as you have enough time and patience, you will be able to find the marks left behind by the inhabitants of these eras despite the marks disappearing in the river of time. Churon Wanshue was dumbfounded as she tried to process all of this new information about the ancient eras. She eventually asked, what kind of era was it? No one knows. Li Qie smiled and said. Li Qie knew a few things and was uncertain about others, but if he could obtain items like the 9 heavenly treasures, then he would be able to solve some of the immemorial secrets. At this time, he reached out and gently touched the bronze doors. The runes appeared to come to life like fishes in the river. A faint light would appear wherever he touched as if he could summon this treasure. The heavens sealing pentagate. It seems that Imp was in a rush to obtain a few items. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded an item of this magnitude away. Li Qie said while being visibly moved. Churon Wanshue only dared to take a quick glimpse at the lively runes. This thing was too frightening, it was capable of sucking out people's souls. Li Qie looked at the gate for a long time and simply shook his head gently without saying anything. Meanwhile, Churon Wanshue closed her eyes out of fear of the gate. After a while, she heard Li Qie's teasing voice, "My dear chief, would you like to sleep in the same bed with me tonight?" She jumped up from these words and opened her eyes to find Li Qie's face an inch away from her own. She became frozen because she suddenly remembered that she was still within Li Qie's embrace due to the pentagate earlier. Their postures were extremely intimate as the atmosphere suggested of lasciviousness. In other words, their bodies were tightly pressed against each other. It seems that our beloved chief is willing to sleep with me. Li Qie smiled and continued. Churon Wanshue became bright red as her body felt hot. This was the first time she had such an intimate physical encounter with someone else. She was embarrassed beyond control as she struggled to jump up. Her evening shade face didn't dare to look straight at Li Qie as she denied, "Nonsense, I don't want such a thing." Her usual mature look combined with this shy expression was charming to the bones yet gentle like the softly flowing aurora in her eyes. She was too embarrassed to remain calm due to the heat that surged throughout her body. This strange thought remained in her mind without dissipating, causing her body to feel numb. She didn't dare to stay around any longer since the sultry atmosphere was too unbearable, so she quickly left the room. "Take care of the heavenly jade cicada." When she reached the door, she heard Li Qie's voice from behind. "This item is superb and will greatly benefit your Snow Shadow tribe in the future. Maybe your tribe can rise because of it." Her heart felt warm from such words. It was hard to describe this feeling that coiled around inside her chest and eventually turned into something sweet that melted her heart. After she left, Li Qie only smiled and gently shook his head. Then, he quietly put away the heaven-sealing pentagate. He then took out the small wooden coffin and placed it in front of him. He meticulously gazed at it as if it was a source of enjoyment. After a while, he couldn't help but utter, "Such a thing has come into being, so anything else could as well." Not to mention, the wooden coffin at the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground came out as well. "Nothing can surprise me anymore." Eventually, he put it away and sat in a meditative pose on his bed to channel his merit law to begin cultivating. A primordial breath surrounded his body. The yin-yang sea of blood appeared and began to refine his blood energy into drops of longevity blood. This sea of blood had an incredible origin. If he could actually use its full potential, then it would be absolutely frightening. Unfortunately, Li Qie's current cultivation could not excavate the sea of blood's true profundities. When Li Qie's fate palaces opened, 7 of them hovered around him. Li Qie had successfully opened his 7th and he could almost open the 8th. With Li Qie's current foundation, opening 8 or 9 palaces was not difficult, not even the 10th would be hard. The 11th would not necessarily be a challenge either, the hard part was the 12th while the 13th would be Li Qie's toughest challenge. Li Qie was aiming for 12 and, given the chance, he would challenge the 13th. The truth was that, for cultivators, having 12 palaces was already an impossible matter. In the written legends, not more than 3 people had 12 palaces. Moreover, they were only rumors, so no one knew whether people actually had 12 palaces or not. As for the 13th, it simply did not exist in this world. Having 12 palaces was already an unreachable limit for cultivators. However, Li Qia's ambition was not limited to someone with dual physiques. This was not a challenge at all. Li Qia had once trained the Black Dragon King who had invincible dual physiques, thus he would not stop there. Li Qia's blood circulated and his true fate floated up and down. At times, it would turn into a Kuan Peng, at others, it would turn into a vast grand Tao or an endless starry sky. Some amount of time passed by. It was late at night when Li Qia suddenly opened his eyes with a frightening murderous intent. Qirong Wanxue was in the other room. They were separated by one wall. She was very cautious and prepared a line of defense in order to protect herself against people with malicious intents. However, a fog suddenly condensed as a shadow quietly appeared in her room like a ghost. This was Yi Sha, the one who stealthily appeared in Qirong Wanxue's room. He had been drooling over the two's treasures for a long time now. Forget about the item from the Ghost River, the coffins from Imp alone were more than enough to incite his greed. Yi Sha was not in the position to take action with so many people around at the yard. This was why he tailed them and prepared to take action under the cloak of the night. He assumed that a human junior like Li Qia was not worth worrying about, so as long as he could take care of Qirong Wanxue, Li Qia would be a fish on a platter. Once he got close to the bed, the sleeping Qirong Wanxue suddenly opened her eyes. She was quite aghast after seeing Yi Sha standing right there. Did an immortal emperor leave behind this treasure? Qirong Wanxue emotionally asked. A treasure capable of sealing an entire realm, truly frightening and untouchable. It was absolutely comparable to an immortal emperor true treasure. No. Li Qia shook his head and replied, it's not something left behind by an immortal emperor. At the very least, no one in this world knows who left behind this heaven-sealing pentagate. Its origin dates back to a very ancient era, perhaps the legendary era or even before that. No way. Qirong Wanxue gaspingly replied, the legendary era is just a rumor and isn't real. How could there be an era even older than the legendary era? Chapter 447, Night Attack. Yi Sha was an assassin, so, in a split second, he aimed to grip Qirong Wanxue by the neck in order to finish her in one blow. His cultivation was also much stronger than Qirong, so the moment he reached out, she couldn't block it even if she wanted to. However, before his palm could reach her neck, it suddenly stopped in midair. Another hand quietly clasped his wrist. Li Qia was standing by the bed as if he had always been there. Suddenly being gripped by the wrist caused even an assassin like Yi Sha to jump. After seeing Li Qia, his expression greatly changed. Someone of his level knew the significance of being grabbed by the wrist after just one move. Crack. Li Qia easily crushed Yi Sha's wrist. Snap. He then pulled on it. Yi Sha's hand was severed from his arm, causing blood to spurt everywhere as he miserably screamed, "Ah!" Nevertheless, his killer's instinct allowed him to run away instantly. After his hand was ripped off by Li Qia, he immediately turned into smoke and escaped. Li Qia threw away the hand and looked at the pale and frightened Qirong Wanxue. He then asked, "Are you all right?" Qirong Wanxue regained her composure and nodded her head. He then grabbed her waist and said, "We'll catch him." They then instantly vanished. Yi Sha escaped to the east of Midtown right after he left the room. As an assassin, his speed and stealth were both top-notch. Those of the same cultivation level were not his match. Yi Sha only had one foot into the little sovereign's realm and didn't actually possess a sovereign's power, but due to his mastery of assassination, he had killed a heavenly sovereign before. But tonight, he had met his match. He understood that his opponent was formidable, so he ran away with all his might. The moment when he thought he was safe, Li Qia's lazy voice suddenly rang from behind him, "You think you could escape?" With one hand holding Qirong Wanxue, Li Qia easily traversed the sky under the moonlight as if distance was not a hindrance to him. With one step, he easily caught up to Yi Sha. Although Yi Sha was very fast, he was far too lacking compared to Li Qie. Without taking into consideration Li Qie's cultivation of the soaring immortal physique, the fastest physique in this world, he would still easily catch Yi Sha. His fate law was the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, an emperor law with terrorizing speed. Although it could not completely make up for the hell-suppressing godly physique's lack of speed like the soaring immortal physique, it was still much swifter than Yi Sha. Yi Sha was scared out of his wits when he saw Li Qie get right behind him with such ease. He unleashed a slash as fast as lightning towards Li Qie, but Li Qie easily evaded it. The Kuan Peng suddenly leapt into the air and the dark space transformation came out. With an unbelievable speed, Li Qie easily closed the distance between the two of them and appeared right behind Yi Sha. He then stomped on Yi Sha's back without having to use the hell-suppressing godly physique. His normal strength and speed were more than sufficient. Rumble. With a deafening bang, Yi Sha was stomped down hard into the ground, creating a deep pit on the street. The crisp sounds of bones breaking appeared. This kick destroyed numerous bones in his body as his back caved in, leaving him with only a thread of life. Nevertheless, Yi Sha did not dare to stop. He gritted his teeth and turned into smoke yet again to escape with his top speed. What happened? Yi Sha slamming into the street had alarmed many young cultivators in Midtown. They came out to see what was going on and noticed the chase. Seeing the drifting smoke, someone instantly recognized Yi Sha. That is Yi Sha, right? Many young cultivators were in disbelief while watching such a scene. Yi Sha was an expert assassin, a famous killer amongst the younger generation. Today, he was running for his life while being hunted down by someone. Who would believe such a tale? After seeing Li Qie, someone who had participated in the auction recognized him. Isn't that the human brat? Many people became astonished. At that time, they didn't respect Li Qie at all. These young geniuses felt that a human brat like Li Qie was just a weakling. In the eastern nether border, the human race was a weak ethnic group, so the ghost race didn't put them in their sight. Truly, unbelievable. But now, watching Yi Sha running away from Li Qie like a stray dog left them stunned. With one hand hugging Chirong Wanshua, Li Qie easily chased after Yi Sha like a cat hunting a mouse. How far do you think you'll get? Li Qie asked with a smile. He then shot out a finger beam. Pluff. Yi Sha never had the chance to dodge. Ah! With a cry, blood spurted out after Li Qie pierced Yi Sha's chest with his finger strike. Yi Sha screamed out in pain, but he still didn't dare to stop dragging his bloodied body while trying to escape. Chirong Wanshua was frozen and forgot that she was being hugged by Li Qie. Yi Sha was a famous assassin in the sacred netherworld. He alone could easily massacre the entire Snow Shadow tribe while no one could stop him. But now, against Li Qie, Yi Sha had become a stray dog without the strength to resist. This. Just what is the identity of this human brat? How could he be so domineering? The spectating young cultivators all changed their expressions. They then followed them to witness the outcome. In fact, such surprise was quite normal. Yi Sha's cultivation was really strong, at least amongst the younger generation. Unfortunately for him, Li Qie was someone who could kill heavenly sovereigns. Moreover, Yi Sha lacked emperor laws and immortal emperor life treasures. No matter how strong he was, he still couldn't compete against Li Qie. Within the same realm, cultivators who cultivated emperor laws and possessed immortal emperor life treasures would easily suppress their opponents. Even opponents one level higher would not be able to escape this fate. Bang! Eventually, Yi Sha dragged his battered body into a pavilion and exclaimed, "Brother Mo, save me." He then collapsed after uttering these words. Someone helped him up. This was Mo Lidao, the descendant of the Sky Devil Gate. They had a deep friendship, so at the moment of life and death, Yi Sha ran to find him. After propping up Yi Sha, Mo Lidao noticed that Li Qie had already reached this place, so his expression turned sour. Mo Lidao let Yi Sha into the room and then immediately blocked the entrance. Li Qie laughed and stood in the sky while gazing down at Mo Lidao before declaring, "Hand Yi Sha over." Mo Lidao replied with a deep tone, "Junior, dying is only having one's head fall to the ground, not a big deal. If you want to resolve your grievances with Brother Yi Sha, then wait for another day. Brother Yi Sha can't see you tonight." Yi Sha was part of the blood race while Mo Lidao came from the heavenly devil race. These two races had always maintained good relations, especially with the alliance between the Nightwalker sect and the Sky Devil Gate in the southern distant cloud. This alliance was essential because the demon race and human race were very powerful in this region. Emperors' lineages such as the Thousand Carp River and the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom were all heritages that consisted of humans, demons, and charming spirits. Because of this, the blood race, the stone golems, and the heavenly devils had to form an alliance in this region. Now that Yi Sha came running for help, Mo Lidao couldn't just let him be. Li Qie laughed and shook his head in response. "That is impossible. Once someone provokes me, there is only one path for them, death. However, he does have two choices. He can either die in a swift and painless manner or die an agonizing death." Such a big tone. Mo Lidao's expression sank as he coldly declared with a sharp gaze, "Junior, take a step back and appreciate the boundless open vistas. You should know that this is not the southern distant cloud, it is the nether border. The world of the ghost race." Mo Lidao made a blatant threat. He was a genius of the younger generation and had quite a few friends from the ghost race. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, "So what if it is the nether border? Although the 9 worlds are vast, I am free to tread where I please. I will come and go as I wish no matter the location." Such blustering. The Divine Spark Prince had also arrived at this time. He was antagonistic towards Yi Sha so he would not aid a foe. However, Li Qie's words annoyed the prince, not to mention that Li Qie ruined his business earlier. This had been clearly engraved in his mind. Now, the prince couldn't help but sneer after hearing such an arrogant proclamation. Golden Child had arrived as well along with many other young geniuses who were attracted by the commotion. Under the watchful eyes of so many, Churong Wanshua, being held by Li Qie, felt her body becoming hot as her cheeks started to blush. Li Qie ignored the prince. He looked at Mo Lidao and demanded, "My patience is limited. Quickly hand over Yi Sha to avoid making a mistake." "A mistake?" Mo Lidao proudly laughed and then stepped forward with a bold aura. Buzz. His body then released 2 divine rings. He really is a little sovereign. Seeing the 2 divine rings shoot out from Mo Lidao's body, many youths became alarmed. Mo Lidao being able to reach the little sovereign realm at such a young age meant that he was definitely an amazing genius. Yi Sha was an assassin so, in a split second, he aimed to grip Churong Wanshua by the neck in order to finish her in one blow. His cultivation was also much stronger than Churong so the moment he reached out, she couldn't block it even if she wanted to. However, before his palm could reach her neck, it suddenly stopped in mid-air. Another hand quietly clasped his wrist. Li Qie was standing by the bed as if he had always been there. Chapter 448, crushed with one hand since it required 9 divine rings to reach grand accomplishment. Little sovereign, Mo Lidao having 2 divine rings at such a young age was already quite amazing. The Sky Devil tribe was a branch of the heavenly devil race. They had burly physiques like giants. With 2 rings around his body and a tricolored halo above his head, Mo Lidao's blood energy spewed forth like a flood. He was like a fierce rhino capable of crushing a mountain and pulling this earth with his aggressive atmosphere. Mo Lidao is indeed ferocious. Many people exclaimed after seeing his powerful momentum. Mo Lidao's current prestige was not due to assassinations like Yi Sha. He arrogantly looked at Li Qie and sneered, "You could have left earlier. Now, it is too late." "Oh. So you want me to stay?" Li Qie smiled back at him. "If you apologize to Brother Yi Sha, then I shall spare your life. If not, today will be your funeral. In the nether border, humans are mere insects. Mo Lidao coldly proclaimed. Li Qie laughed and said, "You're a heavenly devil, yet you keep on licking the asses of ghosts all day." If the indigenous heavenly devils were to hear these words, they would cower in shame. Mo Lidao became livid. He let out a loud roar as a huge tablet appeared from his fate palace. It soared up high into the sky and then turned into a giant mountain. This was Mo Lidao's fate weapon, the Sky Devil Tablet. Bang! The sacred mountain formed by the tablet appeared to be inhabited by a god as multiple divine rings floated around it. The Sky Devil Divine Mountain. A person emotionally uttered after seeing Mo Lidao's fate weapon, "This is Mo Lidao's fate weapon, it contains the heavenly Tao." Some people say that this mountain can crush a grand sovereign. Junior, die. Mo Lidao snarled. The tablet in the form of a mountain loomed over all of Midtown like a gigantic palm. It came crashing down with the might of 1,000 mountains towards Li Qie. Explosions resounded non-stop as the sky broke apart from such a domineering fate weapon. Midtown would have been torn asunder if there wasn't a power protecting it. So powerful. Many felt this way when they saw this attack from Mo Lidao. They quickly retreated to avoid being accidental victims. Whoosh! When the tablet was on the verge of slamming into Li Qie's head, a blob of smoke appeared. Yi Sha suddenly turned up right behind Li Qie. With a cold glint, a knife pierced straight towards Li Qie's back. Churong Wanshue was scared out of her wits and cried out, "Watch out!" This stab was too fast, she couldn't help Li Qie even if she wanted to. This kid is dead for sure. Everyone assumed that Li Qie's fate was sealed when they saw the joint attack from Mo Lidao and Yi Sha. At this moment, Yi Sha was ecstatic to see his knife connect along with the incoming mountain. Everyone thought Li Qie was going to die and the pale Churong Wanshue almost fainted. However, time seemed to freeze as everyone became dumbfounded at the unraveling scene. They no longer dared to believe their own eyes. Li Qie, with one hand still holding Churong Wanshue, used his other to effortlessly block the Sky Devil tablet. The extremely heavy tablet was leisurely stopped by Li Qie. The knife stabbed his back, but he didn't even bat an eye. "Your knife is too soft, is it made out of tofu?" Li Qie turned around and smilingly asked Yi Sha. The initially ecstatic Yi Sha was now completely frightened due to Li Qie. At this time, he recognized that the knife did not pierce through Li Qie's flesh, it only slightly pricked his skin. Li Qie's hell-suppressing godly physique was noted for its toughness. Although it was not comparable to the indestructible diamond physique, once trained to his current level, stopping Yi Sha's knife would not be difficult at all. The aghast Yi Sha turned around to run, but Li Qie grabbed the tablet from Mo Lidao's hands and violently swung it towards the door, the direction where Yi Sha was escaping to. Boom! Yi Sha was swatted by the tablet like a fly. His blood stained the ground as he was beaten into the earth. Return! Mo Lidao chanted a mantra to recall the Sky Devil tablet. Buzz! The tablet vibrated in Li Qie's hand, but the hell-suppressing godly physique suddenly activated. The force of his hand was enough to suppress the tablet. Impossible. Mo Lidao's heart sank from fear. The Sky Devil tablet was his fate weapon, so others could not steal it unless they were several realms higher than him. Li Qie casually glanced at Mo Lidao and said, "You are insufficient to compete with me regarding weight." The Sky Devil tablet was a very heavy true treasure, it had the weight of a divine mountain. However, it was far from enough compared to Li Qie's godly physique. Once fallen into Li Qie's hands, even this true treasure had to suffer complete suppression. "Eat this," Li Qie smilingly uttered. Li Qie fiercely slammed the Sky Devil tablet forward. The tablet flew with the force of the godly physique, causing the Grand Tao to scream. Countless universal laws in Midtown flew up to protect the town because it was in grave danger should this strike successfully connect with the town. Mo Lidao felt that this devastating power from the tablet could annihilate the earth itself. Even the strongest attack from himself with the tablet was not comparable to Li Qie's current attack. This blow from Li Qie seemingly carried the weight of countless divine mountains, something that was capable of crushing even gods and devils. Mo Lidao's soul nearly flew away from fear. But nevertheless, he roared and immediately took out all of his strongest weapons, regardless of whether they were life treasures, true treasures, or foreign Dao treasures. Everything came out and formed an arc to protect his body. Bang! This was a deafening blast that shook even the stars in the 9 heavens. This attack could have plucked the stars in the sky. The tablet destroyed all of Mo Lidao's treasures. The combined weight of the tablet and the godly physique was of an unimaginable magnitude. This weight crushed and collapsed all things. Mo Lidao's treasures could not withstand this single blow. However, Mo Lidao himself was only blown away. He vomited blood with a pale expression. The multitude of treasures protecting him saved him from becoming a bloody mist. His legs shivered from fear while his heart thumpingly told him to escape. Mo Lidao knew that he had provoked a grim reaper. He didn't dare to waste time thinking and immediately tried to run as far away as possible. But right at this moment, a Kunpeng sword and the dark space transformation came out. Li Qie traversed the spatial distance with just one step and immediately appeared before Mo Lidao, blocking his path. Li Qie then leisurely smiled, trying to escape now. Too late. Just earlier, you were quite awe-inspiring, no? Dao friend, listen to me. Mo Lidao's face was as white as paper as he urgently shouted. Li Qie was too lazy to listen to his drivel. He slammed the tablet down. This time, he didn't use the godly physique but the Kunpeng's 6 variants instead. Under its catalytic push, the tablet had an extremely swift speed and turned into a light that rushed downward. Mo Lidao tried to escape. He didn't mind burning off his longevity blood to increase his speed, but how could it match the Kunpeng's 6 variants? Pop! When the tablet slammed down, Mo Lidao was worse off than a fly. It slammed onto his body and crushed him into nothingness. This strike didn't even leave a fragment of a bone behind. All became pale with horror after seeing this scene, including the divine Spark Prince and Golden Child. The prince's cultivation was not stronger than Yi Sha's or Mo Lidao's. The fate of those two was enough to show how violent Li Qie was. Golden Child, on the other hand, was much stronger than Mo Lidao and Yi Sha. However, those two were killed by Li Qie like flies. Even with all of his strength, Golden Child wouldn't necessarily be able to dispatch Mo Lidao as easily. Other people gasped and felt a cold chill running down their spines. This guy was too brutish and aggressive. To kill Mo Lidao in such a manner. Who is he? Could he be from the Thousand Carp River or the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom? Someone murmured. Such a young yet fierce person couldn't possibly be unknown. A young man from the southern distant cloud shook his head in response. I have never heard of such a character in the distant cloud. He's not from the Simple Mountain either. The strongest person in the Thousand Carp River is probably Fairy Zhu. Such a person is considered ferocious? If he is a ferocious person, then am I not a prehistoric beast? Li Qie nonchalantly threw the Sky Devil tablet to the ground and smirked. These words were quite aggressive, but no one dared to call Li Qie out. He easily killed Mo Lidao, a famous monster in the distant cloud. It was just like Li Qie said, if Mo Lidao was a fierce monster, then he was a prehistoric beast. Since grand accomplishment Little Sovereign required 9 divine rings, Mo Lidao having 2 divine rings at such a young age was already quite amazing. The Sky Devil tribe was a branch of the Heavenly Devil race. They had burly physiques like giants. With 2 rings around his body and a tricolored halo above his head, Mo Lidao's blood energy spewed forth like a flood. He was like a fierce rhino capable of crushing a mountain and pulling this earth with his aggressive atmosphere. Mo Lidao is indeed ferocious. Many people exclaimed after seeing his powerful momentum. Mo Lidao's current prestige was not due to assassinations like Yi Sha. Chapter 449. Who the hell is your brother-in-law? Yi Sha, who was lying on the ground, watched as Li Qie approached. He really wanted to run away, but his body was unwilling. Li Chia casually swatting away the tablet was not enough to kill Yi Sha, but it injured him to the point where he couldn't lift a finger. Li Chia came closer and looked down at Yi Sha. Yi Sha was terrified, but he still put on a strong act. What? What do you want to do? Don't forget. I am the descendant of the Nightwalker sect. If you dare to kill me, then the Nightwalker sect will not let you off. Even if you run to the corners of the world, the sect will still come for you. Nightwalker sect? What is that? Li Chia leisurely replied to Yi Sha's threat. He then stomped down. No, Yi Sha unwillingly screamed out, but it was too late. Li Chia killed him with a stomp. Seeing Li Chia trample Yi Sha to death forced those who were present to draw a cold breath. In the blink of an eye, this person killed off 2 descendants from 2 great powers, offending both the Nightwalker sect and the Sky Devil Gate. However, Li Chia was still as carefree as ever. Just how domineering must this person be to not care about 2 great powers? How fierce does one have to be to maintain such a carefree posture after offending 2 great sects? This is a dangerous man. A person whispered and shivered. Mo Li Dao and Yi Sha were both quite notorious, but they were easily slain by Li Chia. After finishing off Yi Sha with a stomp, Li Chia smiled and looked around at everyone before fixing his gaze upon the Divine Spark Prince. He then slowly asked, anyone else have a problem with me? I am someone who can accept criticism, so feel free to comment. The Divine Spark Prince's expression changed after being fixated upon by Li Chia's gaze. The person was provoking him. This was a great humiliation to the arrogant prince, but now understood that Li Chia was very powerful. Nevertheless, the prince didn't want to back down in front of so many people since he couldn't bear such shame. He snorted and said, there are countless masters in this world. Li Chia leisurely smiled while looking at the Divine Spark Prince and asked, are you one of those masters? The prince was greatly alarmed and instinctively took a step back. Showing such weakness in front of everyone was very aggravating. He felt like Li Chia was humiliating him. He took a deep breath and decided to play till the very end as his pride surged. The prince then coldly spoke, I admit that you are very strong, but you are nothing compared to my brother-in-law. Anyone who opposes my brother-in-law will not have a good end. No matter how strong you are but an ant before him. The prince knew that he was not a match for Li Chia, so he showed his backing instead, his brother-in-law, Sir Dizwa. Many people were annoyed at the prince's arrogance, but everyone obediently shut up when his brother-in-law was mentioned. They could only swallow their anger no matter how displeased they were with the prince. Pa! However, before the prince could finish, Li Chia slapped him flying away. The prince's mouth was full of blood after he got slapped as he lividly glared at Li Chia. Li Chia freely said, you and I have no grievances, and I am not the type to massacre the innocent. However, if someone wants to act up in front of me, then sorry, sometimes my hand gets real itchy and likes to slap people. Don't take it to heart. You. The Divine Spark Prince wanted to vomit blood from anger and had an extremely ugly expression at the moment. He wished that he could rush forward and kill Li Chia, but reason told him that he was not a match. He had no choice but to hold back. Li Chia nonchalantly glanced at the prince and cheerfully smiled. You were talking about your brother-in-law, but I must apologize, I do not know who your brother-in-law is. Who the hell is he? Everyone gasped when they heard this. Li Chia's words were too overbearing. Any experienced cultivator in the sacred netherworld would have heard of Dizwa's name. Dizwa, the Myriad Bones Throne's descendant, was rumored to cultivate the emperor laws of 3 immortal emperors. He was one of the 3 heroes of the sacred netherworld. Legend states that Dizwa could speak to the heavens. He was unparalleled in this world, so many people called him Sir. But now, Li Chia actually said, who the hell is your brother-in-law? This was clearly provoking Dizwa, and it caused many hearts to beat faster. If this kid was not tired of living, then he could only be said to be super domineering. Li Chia ignored the prince. He then hugged Chirong Wanshua and shifted his body to disappear under the night's curtain. After Li Chia left, a person murmured, "A true ruthless person has been born." The divine spark prince couldn't swallow this anger. After Li Chia left, he spat towards the direction of his departure and said through his gritted teeth, "Blind little animal. Just wait, you will experience a fate worse than death soon enough." Golden Child came closer and consoled, "Brother Divine Spark, just bear it for a bit. This human junior will not be arrogant for long. When Sir Dizwa comes, he will definitely end that brat with his blade." Golden Child was also a genius of the generation and was very conceited. However, after seeing Li Chia quickly dispatching Mo Lidao like killing a fly, his heart also sank. He knew that he was not Li Chia's match, so he didn't dare to say anything when Li Chia slapped the divine spark prince. At that key moment, if he rushed in by himself, then that would be completely suicidal. He didn't want to lose his life for the divine spark prince. Today, the divine spark prince had lost all face. He was the prince of the divine spark country and was always arrogant with his noble identity. Ever since his sister was betrothed to Dizwa, the country's status soared in the sacred netherworld. No matter where he went, young cultivators and even geniuses would be very polite towards him. Today, being humiliated by a human brat in front of so many people was the biggest shame of his life. His gaze became extremely cruel as he spoke with a twisted expression, "Just wait, little animal, there is no need to wait for my brother-in-law just for an ant like you. My sister alone will be enough to deal with you. At that time, I will make you prostrate and lick my shoes." The prince would absolutely never forgive Li Chia for giving him the biggest setback of his life. Once Li Chia fell into his hands, he would take his time and slowly torture Li Chia. Many young cultivators did not agree with his words. He was clearly the first to provoke Li Chia, but of course, no one would say it out loud. The prince didn't have the talent to join the elites of the younger generation. He wasn't even equal to Golden Child, but many people were still wary of him. Whose fault was it that he had such a good sister and an amazing brother-in-law? In fact, many people shivered after thinking about his sister, the divine spark phoenix maiden. She was not only a kingdom-toppling beauty, she also had a strong cultivation. In fact, she was even stronger than Golden Child. Some had praised her as the prettiest beauty and the #1 expert amongst the younger generation in the distant cloud. Part of this was flattery, but it was not only directed towards her, it was also for Dizwa. Whether she was the prettiest or not would depend on each person's subjective view. However, she was definitely not the #1 expert amongst the younger generation in the distant cloud. Nevertheless, no one dared to show contempt towards her. Her cultivation was indeed very deep and her strength was formidable. This was the reason for many young geniuses to dread her. She was not just a beautiful flower vase, since both her talents and cultivation were quite immense. Otherwise, how could she be a match for a character like Dizwa? This was the reason why many people showed dread when her name was brought up. "Just wait, little animal, my sister is almost here." The divine spark prince vented his resentment. Though many people disliked his bullying ways, their hearts shivered after hearing about the Phoenix Maiden who was about to arrive. If the Phoenix Maiden was coming, then didn't that mean that Dizwa, as her fiancé, was coming as well? Dizwa was an existence high in the clouds, someone who would cause everyone to feel dejected. The younger generation didn't want to see Dizwa at all. As long as Dizwa was there, every genius, regardless of how talented or excellent they were, would not be able to shine. Before Dizwa's brilliance, all geniuses were eclipsed and were not worth a single coin. Dizwa was an insurmountable mountain that always pressured the young cultivators. They could not surpass him and could only continue to be suppressed by him. Li Chia embraced Chirong Wanshue all the way back to their housing. She was still in a daze when he put her down. He then tapped her shoulder and smiled. "Chirong, are you afraid, or are you recalling the feeling of being in my embrace and thinking that you don't want to leave?" Chirong Wanshue's mind returned to her hot body as she blushed while looking at him with a pair of eyes filled with limpid autumn water that was about to spill. Yi Sha, who was lying on the ground, watched as Li Chia approached. He really wanted to run away, but his body was unwilling. Li Chia casually swatting away the tablet was not enough to kill Yi Sha, but it injured him to the point where he couldn't lift a finger. Li Chia came closer and looked down at Yi Sha. Yi Sha was terrified, but he still put on a strong act. What do you want to do? Don't forget. I am the descendant of the Nightwalker sect. If you dare to kill me, then the Nightwalker sect will not let you off. Even if you run to the corners of the world, the sect will still come for you. Nightwalker sect? What is that? Li Chia leisurely replied to Yi Sha's threat. He then stomped down. No, Yi Sha unwillingly screamed out, but it was too late. Li Chia killed him with a stomp. Chapter 450, Night Sea becomes clear. She looked up at Li Chia to find a slight smirk in his always nonchalant attitude. All of these things were imprinted in her heart before she knew it. A flame enkindled deep within her when she looked at this young man right before her. Chiron Wanshue took a deep breath and suddenly mustered her courage. She approached and stretched out her jade-like hands to embrace his neck and couldn't resist the urge to kiss his lips. When their lips touched, her heart pounded hard as she lost control of her body. Despite her nervous state, she still decisively chose to kiss him longer. This elegant woman was blushing like the evening sun. The kiss revealed her inexperience, but she remained persistent. Li Chia was surprised as he felt her soft, sweet lips. He then lifted this mature beauty's face and resolutely tasted her lips. He showed no mercy as he pried his way in to cherish her fragrant tongue and didn't allow for her to escape. Chiron Wanshue's soul almost left her body from Li Chia's overbearing kiss as she felt her strength being sapped from her body. Her unskilled self let it all go. She slightly pushed out her tongue to let the man do as he pleased. She was like a moth drawn to the flame. The passionate kiss led to Li Chia's hand caressing her voluptuous buttocks. With a pinch, she became weak and fell into his embrace. He then patted it and teased, "My beloved chief, do you want to warm my bed tonight?" This suddenly caused her entire body to feel hot as her skin became dyed with an alluring shade. She was unable to remain calm from the embarrassment and quickly pushed him away. She couldn't lift her head to look at him when she bashfully said, "In your dreams, would never warm your bed." Having said that, she ran away with her fastest speed. She still felt the rush after having left Li Chia behind. She gently bit her lips while recalling the embarrassing scene from earlier. It was as if she had been possessed by the young man's charm and couldn't help but to offer her first kiss. She didn't know where she found the courage to do such a thing. Eventually, the ripe beauty coquettishly scowled and didn't dare to remember the event that just transpired. The next morning, her face felt hot after she saw Li Chia. He then playfully asked, "So? Did you not sleep well last night?" Li Chia then winked in an innocent yet suggestive manner. While being both ashamed and angry, she took in a deep breath to pacify her chaotic thoughts before glaring at him to say, "Less nonsensical babble. Where are we going today?" Chiron Wanshue was a mature and elegant lady, so her flirty yet shy eyes had a completely different charm to it. The combination of these two things made her even more attractive. Li Chia smiled and freely responded, "We'll be looking for someone. I don't know whether we can find the person or not, though. If successful, then maybe we'll be able to get some news." They then left the inn and went around Midtown. He specifically looked for alleys and noted certain markings around them. They went to several small alleys, but they couldn't find the person. After walking through many alleys, Chiron Wanshue curiously asked, "Who are we trying to find?" "A guy in hiding who doesn't want to meet others." Li Chia answered with a smile. Boom, boom. However, as they continued on with their search, all of Midtown, no, all of Necropolis suddenly shook. The shaking town scared Chiron Wanshue as she asked, "What happened?" Li Chia felt the heaven and earth shake as he pulled Chiron Wanshue up to the sky with a changed expression. He then gazed towards Night Sea and exclaimed, "It's coming from Night Sea." Rumble. Night Sea was not that far away from where Li Chia was. Everyone saw a terrifying scene. The splashing sounds of water contributed to an astonishing sight as a pillar of tides shot up straight to the sky, nearly piercing the 9 heavens. This wave seemingly wanted to sweep through all the stars that hung above. After reaching an unbelievable altitude, it started to descend while creating monstrous splashing sounds that were heard by everyone in Necropolis. All were in fear, including the young cultivators from the outside as well as the local residents. Long after the tide fell down, many people were still shaken since no one knew what was going on with this sudden development. "It has to be Night Sea," Li Qie murmured. His expression changed after remembering a certain thing. Zhurong Wanxue was stunned by this new development. She had never heard of a similar occurrence before. A tidal wave suddenly shot to the sky. This was too frightening. Just what on earth had occurred? What now? Do we go to Night Sea to take a look? The frightened Zhurong Wanxue asked Li Qie. However, they didn't need to go to Night Sea. In a short amount of time, new information spread across Necropolis. The messengers were cultivators from the outside along with the local ghosts. Night Sea is now clear. A dazzling piece of news shocked all of Necropolis. Night Sea is clear? Impossible. The first reaction to this news was disbelief. The local inhabitants didn't believe it either. Even as ghosts, they didn't believe such an unimaginable thing. For the past millions of years, Night Sea had always been as dark as ink. Even the longest living sentiment in Necropolis had never heard of Night Sea turning translucent. This cannot be any truer. Not only has it turned clear, it is no longer an ominous ground anymore. Anyone can enter without facing any dangers, and the handlers disappeared as well. I have a friend who was catching fish in Night Sea. He was sent into the sky by the tidal wave and thought that he would be dead for sure once he fell into Night Sea, but the water turned clear and it didn't drown him. How could this be? Many people quickly went to check. When this sudden change occurred at Night Sea, many people were still fishing and were blown into the sky. They thought that they would be doomed for sure, but Night Sea was no longer dangerous by the time they fell into the water. All of the handlers disappeared as well. Despite the new risk-free environment, these young cultivators all ran away from Night Sea in fear. After confirming, many people headed towards Night Sea, including its ghostly inhabitants. What is going on? Many people flocked to the shore and looked at the clear ocean water in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly since they thought that it was merely an illusion. However, this was not the case, this was reality. The previously pitch-black water was now as clear as crystal. One cultivator couldn't help but jump into the water. "Come, we'll go explore." In the beginning, the young ones were very cautious and only dipped 1 foot into the water. Once they found that nothing was wrong, they all traveled into Night Sea. It really is fine now, Night Sea is not drowning people anymore. After discovering the lack of danger, many young cultivators excitedly rushed into the sea and swam around like flood dragons. Before this, Night Sea was notorious for its dangers. Once one fell into its waters, their only fate would be death. Thus, everyone was extremely careful at this place. But now, Night Sea was not dangerous at all, so how could people not become excited? Compared to the happy outsiders, Necropolis local ghosts were very cautious. These ghosts were still very afraid of Night Sea despite it being clear. They then went away, they were too reluctant to stay close to the shore. I wonder what actually happened. Momentarily, many speculations formed around Necropolis to explain Night Sea's change. Why did Night Sea suddenly become clear? Zhurong Wanxue also found it hard to believe. Li Qie became quiet after hearing the news. He had several speculations to explain this change, but he could not be certain until he personally confirmed it. What should we do now? Do we still need to find that person? Zhurong Wanxue asked her young noble. No, we have to go to the ancestral flow so I can meet someone. Li Qie pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 451, Ancestral Flow. The ancestral flow, Zhurong Wanxue uttered after hearing Li Qie. It is impossible, the ancestral flow has never let outsiders in. I heard that even the sentiments can't go in, so it will definitely not open its doors to outsiders. Li Qiye responded with a smile. Indeed, the ancestral flow has not opened its doors to outsiders, but that depends on who it is. The right person can still enter. Churon Wanshua looked at Li Qiye and stayed quiet as she followed him to the ancestral flow. The ancestral flow was the strongest lineage in Necropolis. Rumor has it that it ruled the city, but this was only a rumor because very few people ever saw sentiments from this lineage. In addition, its master had never shown himself to the world. There was hearsay stating that even the local ghosts had never seen the master before, let alone an outsider. This master was very mysterious and chose to remain reclusive. At Necropolis, all of the lineages and sects occupied a particular location, and each of them welcomed outsiders as long as they were willing to pay the right amount of young nightfish. However, the ancestral flow was different, for it remained closed to all. People believed that the ancestral flow occupied the best location in Necropolis and that this ground contained the legendary treasure grove. This includes the most precious thing in Necropolis, the treasure mountain. Because of this belief, many cultivators from outside tried to enter the ancestral flow via various means, but none had ever succeeded. There were young geniuses or powerful near-death cultivators who wanted to use pure force to enter the ancestral flow. The consequence of this was easily predicted. They all died miserable deaths and their corpses hung outside of the ancestral flow as a warning to the public. Churon Wanshue followed Li Qiye to the ancestral flow's entrance and noticed all the corpses that were hanging on the old trees. Some were just bare bones, some were dried up from the wind, and some were still relatively intact. Each of them could be identified by the clothing on their bodies. Churon Wanshue took a look and recognized the origin of some of them. The Yin Yang Gate, the Nether Crossing Swamp, the Titanic Crescent Sacred Ground, the Thousand Carp River, the Insect King lineage, the Alira's Ancient Kingdom, the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom, the Myriad Bones Throne. Churon Wanshue's heart pounded after she recognized the identities of these dead corpses. They were all part of the most powerful emperor's lineages in the sacred netherworld. These powers controlled the entire sacred netherworld, but their experts all died at this place. Emperor's lineages like the Yin Yang Gate and the Nether Crossing Swamp were formidable enough, but the Alira's Ancient Kingdom and the Simple Mountain Immortal Kingdom caused others to tremble in fear. A small tribe like the Snow Shadow tribe could only forever look at these high and above existences. If a dual emperor's lineage was an elephant, then the Snow Shadow tribe was merely an insect. What was the most shocking was the corpses of the Myriad Bones Throne's experts in this place. This was a sect with 3 emperors that stood at the apex of the sacred netherworld. No existences dared to oppose them in this world of ghosts. But now, corpses from their members were hung here to warn the world. Such a powerful and domineering style. This was directly humiliating the Myriad Bones Throne. No lineage in the sacred netherworld would dare to do such a thing. The ancestral flow was not afraid of offending any emperor's lineages. No matter the intruder's identity, if they dared to take even half a step into the ancestral flow, their fate would be the same as those who were hanging on the trees. A local ghost blocked their path by the entrance. This ghost was as ethereal as mist. It was as if it was not real. It then spoke without any trace of emotion on its face. The ancestral flow is not open to anyone, halt your steps. Compared to an ancestral flow ghost, the other ghosts in Necropolis were more friendly and had richer expressions. They seemed to be more like living humans, while the ancestral flow ghost was more like a stereotypical ghost. Go inform your master that I want to see him, or tell him to come meet me. Li Qiye calmly said. The ghost continued to block the way and emotionlessly replied, Our master will not see visitors, please go back. Li Qiye then took out a piece of a paper and used a very complicated method to fold it into a strange hat. He then placed the hat on the ghost's head and said, Wear this hat to see your master and say that I have arrived. The ghost looked at Li Qiye with its lifeless eyes as if it was staring at a dead man. Eventually, it turned around and disappeared within the entrance. It didn't return even after a good while passed. Will the ancestral flow master agree to see us? Churon Wanshue nervously asked. Compared to her worries, Li Chia was much more carefree as he smiled and replied, "Don't worry, he will see us." Sure enough, the ghost who went to inform his master came back while the hat on its head had disappeared. "My master welcomes you." It was still expressionless like a dead person, or a ghost, rather. With it leading the way, Li Chia followed in a relaxed manner while Chirong Wanshue was a lot warier. Once they stepped inside the ancestral flow, Chirong Wanshue didn't believe her own eyes. She didn't think that she was still inside Necropolis. Before her was a majestic scenery with mountains and rivers along with a dense worldly energy. This was just like the ancestral ground of an emperor's lineage. This place was filled with king medicines as if they were weeds. Treasure trees swayed in the wind along with flowing sacred springs. This sacred ground was astonishing. Even the ancestral grounds of emperors' lineages could not be any better than this. Chirong Wanshue was quite emotional as she tried to take in all of this. Not even in her wildest dreams would she believe that there was such a place in Necropolis. This was a holy ground for cultivation, a place desired by all cultivators. Compared to Chirong Wanshue, who was marveling the surroundings, Li Chia only smiled and enjoyed the scenery. The ghost led the two straight ahead. It was quite strange, although this place was a sacred ground, they walked for a very long time without seeing anyone else. To be more exact, a second ghost. This landscape was quiet and was without another shadow. The terrain was indeed fascinating, but the lack of people created an eerie atmosphere. Chirong Wanshue would rather meet a second ghost than stay in this tranquil atmosphere. The quietness of this place would make other people afraid. "Why is there no one else here?" Chirong Wanshue whispered to Li Chia. "Because they are all sleeping." Li Chia looked at the mature woman and replied, "Unless something big happens, they will not wake up." Chirong Wanshue was not expecting this answer. Necropolis was full of ghosts. Outside of not having flesh like real people, they were no different from cultivators. Necropolis ghosts did not need to sleep, but the ones in the ancestral flow were all hibernating en masse. This was too weird. Of course, this serenity reminded Chirong Wanshue that this was indeed Necropolis. Without this eerie quietness, Chirong Wanshue would mistake this place for the ancestral ground of an emperor's lineage. Eventually, the ghost took the two of them into an old temple. This temple was extremely grand and huge. A quick glance would immediately make others think that this was the abode of deities. After leading them inside, the ghost quietly left. The temple was empty. Chirong Wanshue looked around and didn't see humans nor ghosts. She then looked at the highest place in the temple. There was a very large stone chair there with a stone statue sitting on it. The chair was carved from an unknown type of stone as this statue seamlessly blended with it. The statue had a divine crown with tassels hanging from the front, hiding the person's face so one couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. The statue had a divine robe so majestic that it seemed to be able to cover the entire universe. It hid the statue's body, causing it to be even more mysterious. What attracted her eyes, at this moment, was the hat in the stone statue's hand that was folded by Li Chia earlier. "You still haven't changed at all." Li Chia looked at the statue on the stone chair and said with a smile as bright as the sun. "The ancestral flow," Chirong Wanshue uttered after hearing Li Chia. "It is impossible, the ancestral flow has never let outsiders in. I heard that even the sentiments can't go in, so it will definitely not open its doors to outsiders." Li Chia responded with a smile. "Indeed, the ancestral flow has not opened its doors to outsiders, but that depends on who it is. The right person can still enter." Chirong Wanshue looked at Li Chia and stayed quiet as she followed him to the ancestral flow. Chapter 452, Ancestral Flow Master. If outsiders saw this scene, they would think that Li Chia was crazy for talking to a stone statue. However, the stone statue suddenly became soft. Earlier, it was clearly a statue with distinct rigid lines, but it now turned into a person. Before, the person was half lying on the stone seat, but now the person had sat up straight. The person opened their eyes, revealing a glare capable of seeing through the past and present. The person's face was hidden by the divine tasseled strings, but the person's eyes were still very clear. A statue suddenly coming to life caused Wuxia to jump. At this moment, she understood that it was not a statue, but a sleeping person. You should know that this place does not welcome you. The person on the stone chair spoke. The fleeting voice appeared to be coming from another location. One couldn't discern whether the person was male or female from this voice alone. Wuxia looked at the master in shock. The blood energy on the person's body made her absolutely certain that this person in front of her was a living being, not a ghost nor a sentiment. This was a living being with flesh and blood. This discovery truly startled her. The ancestral flow was the most powerful and mysterious lineage in Necropolis, but its master was actually a living being. How shocked would others be if they were to find out? At Necropolis, all other lineages consisted of local ghosts, so the cultivators from outside could not join any of them. But now, the master of the ancestral flow turned out to be a living person. This was an incredible matter. Wuxia didn't mind the master's harsh words and leisurely said, "Are you not meeting me right now? How can you say that you do not welcome me? No matter what." The ancestral flow master spoke, "From the past till the present, this place does not have the thing that you want. Don't be so heartless like this. Are we not friends for life?" Wuxia said with a smile. Wuxia listened while being in a daze. Impossible. Necropolis ghosts cannot become friends with cultivators. But wait, maybe they can, since the master was not a ghost but a living person. However, she found that Wuxia and the master being friends was even stranger. "No, I don't know you," the master directly stated. Wuxia laughed, then shook his head and said, "You are lying to yourself. From the past till the present, no matter the changes, you should still know that I am me. Others might not be able to see it, but it is impossible for you to not know." Wuxia was quite perplexed at this conversation. She didn't know that Wuxia was talking about when he was the Dark Crow, since she didn't know about this secret. "Even if I am not the little ghost that wore the hat from so long ago, I am still me, right?" Wuxia asked. For the past tens of millions of years, Wuxia didn't only appear as the Dark Crow. He would often use various means to transform into different shapes. He had always hid his real face and his traces throughout the river of time. "Only you know." The distant voice from the master coldly rang, "Ever since you tricked that person out of Necropolis, you should know that you are no longer welcomed here. If it wasn't for me, then you wouldn't have been able to enter Necropolis without being hunted down." "Don't say that. If I wanted to come to Necropolis to see you, no one would be able to stop me, don't you think? I have always been a sentimental and caring person." Wuxia continued with a smile, "Of course, I am very grateful about what happened before," the master snorted at this point. Wuxia shook his head and said, "You cannot blame me for what happened that year. It is completely wrong to say that I tricked that person into leaving. He wanted to leave himself, so how can you blame me? You dare to say you didn't urge him to escape?" the master asked. Although the person's sex was unknown, it was clear that the person was very annoyed with Wuxia. "Well," Wuxia wryly smiled, how should I put this? I only talked about how interesting and splendid the outside world was. That was it, I didn't do anything else. Without your help, how could he have left Necropolis? Did you think people would actually believe your words?" The master replied with clear annoyance towards Wuxia. Well, Wuxia forced a smile again and said, "How should I say this, it really was a great creation for him. If he didn't obtain such a great creation, then no one would be able to help him, right? But he did, so this was the will of the heavens. What I did was merely driving the boat to the river's flow. Besides, what happened afterward had nothing to do with me since it was due to his own efforts." Wuxia continued with a smile, "I never saw him again after he left Necropolis. His future accomplishments only meant that him leaving here was the heaven's will, you should agree with this." Wuxia became even more lost. She didn't know the he that the two of them were referring to. She only knew two things. First, Li Chia and the ancestral flow master knew each other and were good friends. Second, Li Chia helped someone escape Necropolis. She realized, at this time, that Li Chia had come to Necropolis before. Maybe he had stayed here for a long time, otherwise, he wouldn't be so close to the ancestral flow master. However, she didn't know whether it was several years ago or if all of this happened in the span of the recent several years. Li Chia and the master were talking about something that had happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, a tale of the distant past. At this junction, the ancestral flow master only answered with a snort once again. This time, I didn't come to cause any trouble for you. I want to know why Night Sea became clear, and I hope that you will tell me a few things. Li Chia spoke. Don't know. The master frankly said, even if I did, I still wouldn't tell you. Li Chia became silent in the face of the master's harsh attitude. After a long time elapsed, he gently told Chirong Wanshua, go wait outside for a bit, I have some business to take care of. Chirong Wanshua didn't ask for the reason. She nodded and left the grand hall. After she left, Li Chia sighed while looking at the ancestral flow master. He sat with his legs crossed on the spot and gazed at the master to see who could be more stubborn. The matter of that year. I really shouldn't have gotten him out of Necropolis and broke the rule. Li Chia bitterly smiled and continued, however, I was moved because of his talents. You should know that his fortune was due to fate. It didn't matter if he was a human or a ghost, you knew that he had the qualifications to become an immortal emperor. This was confirmed by time. I only carried out my promise. After leaving Necropolis, I didn't help him at all, but he still became an immortal emperor. You should know that such a thing could have resulted in a catastrophe with just a single wrong step. The master coldly replied. Li Chia nodded and said, I know, but he was always righteous and never did anything unfavorable to Necropolis, don't you think? He only wanted to go outside. And after becoming an immortal emperor, he also protected Necropolis several times. Don't you feel that giving that place another powerful enemy is not a bad thing at all? The master did not say anything while Li Chia did the same. He was just sitting there in silence. After a long silence, the master spoke again, congratulations, you eventually regained your body. Li Chia answered with a smile, where there's a will, there's a way. I also hope to see the day when you can leave Necropolis. The years are too long, don't you think? I can leave any time I want. The master coldly stated. But you haven't left. Li Chia gently sighed and continued, the endless passage of time is too long. You have always been sleeping here. Your years are spent sleeping and sleeping. I know you don't want to, but I still hope that you will eventually come out and see the outside. The years do not need to be long, the important part is how colorful you choose to live it. In the end, the master said, my matter is my own business. But don't you think this time is an opportunity? I am going to make a huge play soon. First, you have to tell me about Night Sea. I want to know the specifics and, at the same time, borrow one item from you. The key to the prime ominous grave, correct? The master coldly responded. Although Li Chia had spoken so much, the master's anger had no signs of subsiding. No. Li Chia shook his head and said, with our friendship, let's not call it borrowing, why don't you just directly gift it to me? This time, just consider it as me shamelessly asking you for a favor. The master coldly quipped, then what about all the other times before? Were you not shameless then? If outsiders saw this scene, they would think that Li Chia was crazy for talking to a stone statue. However, the stone statue suddenly became soft. Earlier, it was clearly a statue with distinct rigid lines, but it now turned into a person. Before, the person was half lying on the stone seat, but now the person had sat up straight. The person opened their eyes, revealing a glare capable of seeing through the past and present. The person's face was hidden by the divine tasseled strings, but the person's eyes were still very clear. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.